First, I would like to give the floor our Managing Director, Balázs Barta, who would like to say some welcome words to you.
Super. Balázs did not want to say some words. Zsófi told me to say some words, just to be clear. And maybe you are a bit surprised why we are here. And I thought that I would speak just a few words about that. It's called the Király Sports Academy. And Gábor Király is a former goalkeeper of the Hungarian football team. He was in Hertha and he was in Chelsea. Yeah? So he lived in Berlin and then he lived in London. And what was great, that he came back to his city where he was born, to Szombathely, to build a new goalkeeper academy for the future goalkeepers, which is a wonderful story. So everything around you see, it's built by him, also with the hotel and so on. So it's a facility where we have teams from Manchester, we have teams from Zagreb, we have teams from Graz, I just told Walter. So from all around Europe, playing and competing here. But the beauty of that is they come to our city as well. So, and the other issue with that is that with Gábor, we started to work together 2 years ago. And he said that he's very much interested in data analytics. Because when you want to be professional and you want to create a team, as a team, and also increase the value of an individual, you have to be very sophisticated. And we are very honored that they started to work with us on how to make the data analytics as professional as possible. So you will have one of the panelists from our team, Ferenc, who will start the next phase of our cooperation with them on Monday. And Ferenc will hate me for this, but I will share with you that he earned a PhD in data analytics and AI about 2 months ago, and he's too shy to say it, but I will say it. And he was invited to the doctoral school to teach there as well, because he did it summa cum laude. So, and that's the second thing I would like to say, that we are in the countryside, and with Agnieszka, we very quickly talked about it, that when you are in rural Hungary, and you have an ambition to do something which is changing how the things go, if you want to work with companies like Falco, if you want to change how the municipality is thinking, or what kind of industries are coming to us, then it's a lot of ambition. And the only way to fulfill the ambition, if you have a great team. So I can talk whatever I want to if none of that is realized. And the reason why it is realized, that we have colleagues like Ferenc, we have colleagues like Vanessa, and especially the colleague like Zsófi, who is extremely professional, and today she is dressed as a Vogue model. So also thank you for the visual aesthetic support of the event. And now I'd like to give the floor to Zsófia. To Zsófia, okay.
Thank you. I'm happy to see you also wearing a nice shirt, not a t-shirt, so. Okay, our next speaker will be our lovely lead partner, Agnieszka, who will present you our main results until now in the Smart Circuit project, and then our future plans.
Hello, good morning. I always write what is my name. So my name is Agnieszka Włodarczyk-Gębik. I'm from Kraków Technology, but we can start with the presentation. Yes, and I will say when to move to the next slide. I'm from Kraków Technology Park, Poland, and we are lead partner of the project that is focused on making our European Digital Innovation Hub one-stop shop for digitally driven circular transformation. We can go further. We as consortium partners, or should I? Okay, I should do that. Lovely. We as consortium partners representing 12 mature organizations, universities, research centers, cluster, technology parks, came here from 12 regions and 9 countries like Austria, Germany, Italy, Slovenia, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Croatia, and Poland. We came here to visit our partner Panon Business Network, and we have to say for the conference, but also for our study visit, we are here from yesterday, and we've got the great occasion, and we are all of us enjoyed the study visit organized by Panon Business Network to the AIM Lab. Especially, and I would like to congratulate them on behalf of the consortium, that they were rewarded in 2020 the best European digital innovation hub. What we saw yesterday definitely inspired us how to support better our small and medium enterprises, because they face the same challenges. They don't know how to prepare the journey to be effective, to be still competitive. So our visit here is about sharing the best practices on supporting manufacturing in digitally driven circular transformation, but also to share our knowledge and experience we are bringing as the consortium. Because what Balázs said, it is the teamwork, and I'm really proud to stand in front of you to present the results we did so far. As you know, the maturing, not this way, Agnieszka, that way around. Manufacturing plays a key role in employment, but also is a key driver in income and economic growth in our countries. In countries like Germany, Poland, and Czech Republic, manufacturing accounts to more than 20% of GDP. However, on the other side, it is also highly resource intensive, consuming approximately 32% of global energy and contributing to 20% of CO2 emission worldwide. The sectors we focus in our project, Smart Circuit project, construction, textile, ICT and electronics are particularly wasteful. And construction alone generates over 35% of total waste in EU, and the same goes with textile sector, which is responsible for over 10% of global carbon emission and 20% of wastewater pollution. Okay, who we are and why we are here and why I'm so proud of this consortium. So we are 12 partnering organization that joined forces 2 years ago, but our concept of cooperation comes from 5 or even 6 years. We know each other, and we decided to join the forces to really make change by small steps, because the small steps and cooperation matters. Already I mentioned the countries, but we have here the Profactor and Forschung Burgenland coming from Austria. Profactor, for those who don't know, it is a research company focused on industrial automation, robotics, and advanced manufacturing. We have here all representatives, so if you want to chat, please do take the opportunity to find the joint initiative project, but also get inspired. We have a Forschung Burgenland also coming from Austria, the research institution that is specialized in renewable energy, in resource efficiency and sustainable technology. We have partners from Italy, SEED and Comet, where SEED is an Italian technology district focused on integrated intelligent systems, automotive sector, and digital transformation. We have Comet, our metal and mechanical engineering cluster, bringing and creating the ecosystem where research institutions, companies, but also politicians can join forces to make a change. We have the Fraunhofer and Microtech Südwest coming from Germany. Fraunhofer is also the European leading research institution with specialization in automation, robotics, advanced technologies. With Microtech Süd working as a leading technology cluster, also they create a great ecosystem of the partners we can learn from. We have the partner from Slovenia. Sorry, I'm just going down. So yes, Slovenia, TECOS. It is our partner, is the Slovenian Tool and Development Center for Smart Manufacturing Advanced Technologies. We have PBN. We are here. There is no need to they just prove that introducing digitally driven circular transformation is possible. Sorry. We have the Chamber of Commerce from Croatia that also builds the ecosystem of supporting regional development, but also bridges the gap between the public administration and the technology and needs of the companies they represent too. We have the Technical University of Košice that is from Slovakia. That is also focusing on advanced technologies and smart specialization. We've got our partner from Intermag, that is our partner from Czech Republic, that is Research and Innovation Center, also focusing on advanced manufacturing, automation, digitalization, working very closely with companies. And last but not least, Kraków Technology Parks. We are one-stop shop center for innovative technologies, for Industry 4.0, for green, supporting companies in green transformation. Okay, we started with our vision, and these are the aims. That is what we want to achieve. We have 1 year ahead of us. So what we want to, and what we have working on, and I will show you by steps how we are approaching this, our solutions. It is Circular Innovation Academy. It is the platform bringing the information needed for politicians, but also from companies' perspective to deep dive into digital transformation. We have the Circular Industry Future Strategy Lab Solutions. I will tell later on what is it and how we want to introduce it as the solution in our 12th region, in our 9 countries. It will be the brokerage for long-term engagement in building joint vision and also what we say is seeing is believing. So testing and introducing the solution and strategies that work in our region. Then we go to Circular Industry Factory Solution. We designed services that are needed from perspective of our companies, and we are just testing them in real environment. And later on, I will also share with you how we are approaching this solution. We started with 12 organizations, but we plan to extend our cooperation and already got on board many other partners, not also from Central Europe, but also from Baltic region and Adriatic region. And last but not least, what we want to conclude all our 4 mentioned before solutions is the strategy. for 2030. Okay, of course, what we started with, we started from the top-down approach. So we have our circular economy action plan. We have our sustainable development goals. We've got a circular sustainable development directive. And we are building our ecosystem, taking into consideration what's going on in the debates, how the green transformation should be structured, but bringing it to very, very simple actions, understandable by and expected by the companies. So from top down, we are approaching bottom up needs of the companies. So already mentioned, we have the sectors we concentrate on: construction, ICT, electronics, textile, and all our journey is about them. The things that are specific for the regions, because we are the same but a bit different, are coming under the umbrella of cross-sectoral services. What we are trying to do, and we are not doing it from the desk, sitting in comfortable places like that, but doing it as we did yesterday and today morning, where we had the great visit to the Falco industry company, when we could see and touch and start believing the change is possible. So the barriers come from industries. Sometimes we are brokeraging the discussion between the industry and politicians. So to do that, we created the platform of regular communication. Each of the region is undertaking regular meetings with policymakers, with people who are designing financial instruments, creating the circular economy roadmaps under the Strategy Learning Lab. We are also in very direct contact with the companies which stand behind our organization. And under Circular Innovation Academy, we are building open platform to increase the capacity building on the circular economy. To do that, we have the experts on the thematic fields in the sectors mentioned by me, who assist us all journey round. They are our technical panelists who are delivering the masterclasses here, who are revising and supporting us in co-creation of the Circular Innovation Academy content and modules to really reflect the needs of industries. Yes. And let's move on. Yes, our approach already mentioned, learning by doing, seeing is believing. What we saw yesterday and what we in MLab and what we saw today from 8 o'clock till 10 o'clock, it really can make, it's a change maker in our understanding that the things are possible. We are talking to the same companies in our region. They have exactly the same problems. But bringing them here, bringing us here, can show that if you start from the very basic approach and you just develop it, putting another milestone, you make a difference. So our companies are assisting us in the journey like that. We are bringing them to the conference. We are bringing them to the study visits. We are technology mobility missions. They are being part of our everyday work so they can see and touch. They can also test before invest, that are our pilots becoming a solution, how to benefit from the activities we are undertaking within the project, because we are giving them in real life, in the showrooms. We are, as the consortium, are operating, giving them opportunity to evaluate new technologies, processes, or business models before committing significant financial resources, reducing the chances of failure by identifying potential issues early before they put a lot of money, invest a lot, achieving cost efficiency and avoiding unnecessary spending on solutions that may not fit to the company needs. So what we started with, we already are covering our second year. We have 1 year ahead. So we started into deep dive into our circular ecosystem of 12 regions, talking to the companies and collecting their success stories on construction, ICT electronics, textile, and cross-sectorals. I'm looking at Zosia to show me how much time do I have. 5 minutes? 5 minutes, okay. We co-designed Circular Innovation Academy. We spoke directly to enterprises, but also to policymakers. Then we integrated the knowledge and integrated collaboration of our stakeholders. They didn't only talk on the regional level, but here also, and in the previous meeting like that, we invited them to have the discussion on the transnational level. We already got support in the creation of Circular Innovation Academy of our 24 deeply involved Digital Innovation Hub experts who evaluated the platform, the courses, and soon we will open in public, encouraging additional students coming from policymakers and companies to take the classes. And now we are coming to the most important part in our journey. So we, in the group of value chain 4 task forces, again, construction, textile, ICT, electronics, and cross-sectoral, we work hard to define the most important and needed from the perspective of companies' services. We design them, now what we want to do is to make them alive in real life in the factories. Some information concluding what we also managed to do. With collection of 122 success stories coming from the region, we managed to make it public on the European Union platform dedicated to circular economy. Some of the cases coming from our region were explicited on this platform. We also, and everything is public, so you can deep dive into it, looking for some inspiration, some numbers, some justification why our journey makes sense. So we spoke to the industries, we spoke to the policymakers, and as you can see, it was really popular and brought a high interest of people who visited our social media. So some infographics of what we did. I would love to have much more discussion on that, but I know that the time is limited. So everything you can see under the links. Our Circular Innovation Academy, 8 modules, 50 hours of learning, lessons, and created by experts and practitioners. These are the topics we covered. You can see the learning by doing. So The inspiration perspective from the companies is also covered with our Circular Innovation Academy. Here we've got the same, so I don't take time. I already mentioned about this, that shaping circularity was based on the real discussion with industry. I just wanted to present you, and maybe during the break we can do that. Some I chose from this 62 interviews. Only two, not taking too much time, but I'm looking at Zosia and Ka. I can see that we don't, only one. So if you could just put the one, why circular transformation is possible, why is it important, and why is it important right now to start the process? So Zosia, if I,
At SMEs Labs, we are committed to help farmers around the world to take care of their crops and help them to produce high-quality food in a sustainable way. Our mission centers on developing effective, eco-friendly solutions, including fertilizer, biostimulants, and crop protection products. European regulations such as Green Deal and Farm-to-Fork approach emphasize the imperative for farmers to produce more using fewer chemical resources. So how our technology can help? By focusing on the crops, not on the pathogens. Pure technology developed by SMEs Labs is a unique blend of inorganic molecules. It acts like catalyst. It activates hundreds of enzymes and pathways in crops. It's based on the three pillars. Substitution means slashing synthetic pesticide usage up to 50%, and synthetic fertilizer up to 20%. Optimization stays for activation of natural immunity, and supplementation is related to nutrient management. Reducing carbon footprint is a key. By slashing fungicide by 40%, we can save CO2 emission that would power 20-minute hot shower or cover the emission for 1 hour flight. Our collaboration with industry partners ensures that pure product meets international standards for sustainable agriculture. It's validated across Europe, US, and Saudi Arabia on more than 20 different crops. The benefits of our technology extend to both farmers and consumers. For farmers, it means improved productivity without harming the environment. Consumers, on the other hand, will have high-quality food on their plates. Our ambition doesn't stop at one region. Our roadmap includes expanding product line, seeking regulatory approval in EU, US, LATAM, and targeting Asian Pacific countries. Embracing open innovation, our business model seeks partnerships to scale and launch our technology globally. Innovation isn't just about ideas. It's about brilliant minds and dedicated individuals bringing those ideas to life. Collaboration fuels our innovation engine with support of research center, university, and business partners. Krakow Technology Park is one of them. Smart Circuit project connects partners in order to address best practices and strengthen capabilities for circular manufacturing. Our ultimate goal is to offer farmers sustainable and effective solutions supporting their transition to greener future. Thank you all for being part of this journey towards sustainable agriculture. Thank you.
Okay, and it is only one of 62 voices we could hear from industry, very practical information and perspective why circular transformation is important for them. We also spoke to representatives of regional authorities we come from. And I would love to stay longer on the key findings. Definitely they see the value of the things we are doing. They are using the insights we are bringing during the discussion we have on the within the strategic dissemination lab on this transnational level, and taking it to upgrade the financial instrument, but also to build the regional strategies. At the end, you will have the link to all the social media. So just go there and see what companies and policymakers from your organization are sharing with you. So our drivers and our next steps, we are just extending our network. I mentioned it already. We are within an undertaking, the study visit, just seeing by doing, seeing by touching, seeing by believing. Seeing is believing. Our Open Circular Innovation Academy is to be launched in coming months. What is really our issue right now is to test the services we designed with the dialogue with companies, but to test them in practice by conducting 12 regional circular industry pilots, and then building the transnational pilot that works in 4 value chain for all of us. Okay, some visits to Italy. You know, we go and see, we are taking the company. The second one was, I guess, in Austria, A-tracking. Then we've got some study visits to Factory of the Future, Industry 4.0 Poland. Okay, and this is the 2 slides more, Zosia. I want to concentrate on, it is our pilot, and you can see, divided into sectors we are focused on, and really making support to the companies in circular transformation. These are, so too much information about them, but as you can see, there is LCA analysis. It is about creating the roadmap of circular transformation. It is about monitoring of energy efficiency. Here, so our journey is not over. We work on it. You can find much more information here. It's our team. All of us are here. But we have also here with us representatives of regional authorities and companies, technical panelists who will be in next slots of conference. So thank you for being with us, and sorry for taking too much time. But I hope it was interesting.
Great, Agnieszka, thank you. As you can see, the cooperation and to learn from each other is really the basics of our project, and it's also really important not just to implement something, but really ask the end users, the companies and the policymakers, how we can help them to improve their policies or their production. Our next session is focusing on the policies. How the policy instruments can help the companies and the city to go through the circular transition. Our first speaker will be Adrienne Boccagni from the municipality of Szombathely. She will be joining us online, and she will present our local strategy Szombathely 2030, which outlines the city's strategic transformation through industrial digitalization. Adrienne, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. First of all, sorry for not being able to be there with you personally, but right now I'm in Brussels at the closing conference of the European Commission's Intelligent Cities Challenge program, and I will do my best to share my presentation now. My name is Adrienne Boccagni from the city leadership of the municipality of Szombathely city with county rights. I'm responsible for European Union projects, economic and urban development. And today I would like to show you some aspects of our most important policy instrument, the Szombathely 2030 Complex Economic and Urban Development Program. First of all, just some basic information about our city and our region. As you can see it in the small map, we are really, really close to the Austrian-Hungarian border, circa 20 to 30 kilometers away from it. And our region is one of the 10 fastest developing and converging regions in the European Union. In the city, we've got officially about 75,000 inhabitants. But because of the commuters who are working in Austria and are commuting there at a daily basis, and because of our foreign labor force working at our multinational companies, the unofficial inhabitants number is about 85 to 90,000 in our city. If we add together all the annual economic industrial output values of our big multinational companies, manufacturers, SMEs, etc., we are getting around 2.5 billion euros, which shows true economic potential at the level of a mid-sized Hungarian city. We've got several advantages, but one of the biggest is our brand new industrial park in the northern side of our town on 377 hectares. It is quite large in Hungary. And since last August, it also has a technological park status, which means some dedicated funds, European Union funds for the municipality itself. And it can also mean some dedicated funds for the companies operated in the technological park. So as you can see, it's a higher status than the normal industrial parks. We've got several decades of large enterprise environment and production culture. And our industrial structure is basically dominated by big automotive manufacturing companies, which means that we, as a city management or city leadership, have to try our best to diversify our economy, to find a second stable leg, to do industrial digitalization, diversification, and to enhance the settlement of more knowledge-intensive companies in order to be more resilient. Here I would like to show you a short timeline of the last 5 years of strategic planning process and joint program development together with our most important stakeholders. So back in 2019, we were a brand newly elected city management, started to focusing on digitalization. We have successfully applied to several mentor programs of the European Union, like in 2020, the 100 Intelligent Cities Challenge program. Right now, I'm at the closing conference of this wonderful mentor program, or the Interreg Europe Policy Learning Platform's peer review program a year later. And these programs have helped us a lot with tailored and structured EU mentoring and guidance. And together with these EU mentors, we had the chance to start planning our industrial restructuring and diversification. And we soon realized that in order to be more focused, we have to create our own strategic development program. This is the so-called Szombathely 2030. We started this whole journey with 3 universities, chambers from the county, tech transfer institutes, Pannon Business Network Association, your project partner, one among them, in December 2020. This whole program design period lasted for 6 months. And we also gained a lot of feedbacks from our inhabitants through questionnaires and from our large companies through roundtable discussions. So when the program got the political support, it was anonymous at local, regional, and national level as well. And in 2021, after the Interreg Europe's peer review program, we started to define our flagship projects focusing on the so-called twin transition. So on the one hand, on the digital, and on the other hand, on the green transition. And in September 2021, we have also undersigned a joint cooperation agreement with the 7 core organizations, including the 3 universities and the PBN as well. And since 2022, we had the chance, together with our stakeholders, to kick off and launch our first project elements, like a teaching and learning factory, a senior care smart room in the field of industrial digitalization and the digitalization of senior care, and also some project elements in connection with the green transition, like a green hydrogen ecosystem development. And also we have organized several events and conferences, like the first startup competition of Szombathely, like a whole conference dedicated to explaining our action plan to more than 200 participants from our inhabitants, our companies, our NGOs, etc. And since 2024, we are also working together interregionally with our sister city, Oberwald, and their region called Burgenland. Here you can see some of the most important highlights of the last 5 years. And I also would like to emphasize that for us as a city management, as a policymaker, it is really important to approach our stakeholders, our partners, our SMEs, and also the local and regional startups. That's why we are organizing our conferences, our startup competition, etc. And that's why we are also organizing roundtable discussions with multinational companies, SMEs and startups, and stakeholder meetings at a regular basis. And together with our stakeholders, we also have several mentor programs which are focusing on SMEs and startups together with our university partners or tech transfer partners like the PBN itself. We are quite proud of our wide range local partnership. We've got the core partners who have undersigned the cooperation agreement, so our municipality, the 3 universities, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Pannon Business Network, the Institute for Transport Sciences, and the Scientific Association for Mechanical Engineering. And since then, we've got also several follower organizations like entrepreneurial organizations or e-sport organizations, etc., or research institutes. And on the other hand, we are also really keen on our connectivity to international expert pools and international partners, like, for instance, the European Connected Health Alliance, or the Enrich in the USA network, which is a network of digital innovation hubs. We are working together with the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, their urban mobility hub, their health hub, and their manufacturing hub. Our twin cities, especially the city of Oberwald, or the Austrian embassy in Budapest, for instance. And in the last 3 years, we have also tried to do our best to integrate a Szombathely 2030 strategy and its most important focal points into other local and regional level planning documents, like, for instance, the Sustainable Urban Development Strategy. And since 2024, we are trying our best to also expand it into a broader regional framework called the Pannonia 2030, which is an interregional development strategy together with Austria, Burgenland, and Oberwald. So when it comes to the main focus areas of our strategic planning and of our Szombathely 2030 strategic document, in the field of economic development, we've got 2 main focus areas. The first one is industrial restructuring, and the second one is the industrial digitalization. In the field of industrial digitalization, on the one hand, we would like to support the digital transformation of the existing automotive industry that characterizes not only our cities, but also our region's economy. While on the other hand, we also would like to encourage the emergence and the settlement of healthcare industry, more knowledge-intensive industry in Szombathely, especially in our new industrial park, our technological park, the Northern Industrial Park. And in the field of industrial structuring, we've got a unique specialization based on our local indigenous resources, our regional traditions, our thermal belts, and our strong institutional backgrounds based on all these elements. And this unique specialization is the complex rehabilitation. And in the field of complex rehab, we would like to create something like an internationally unique development, demonstration, and test before invest environment, which can range from the private households through senior homes, thermal baths, to a virtual hospital infrastructure. And the most important flagship project of this industrial digitalization and restructuring is the creation of an R&D center in one of the focal points of our technological park. It will be an R&D supporting environment on 5,000 quadrat meter, built in a modular structure. So the first module can be the so-called R&D and training center, while a second module can be built for a healthcare company, and a third module can be constructed for SMEs and startups as an SME incubation center and startup creative center. And with all these elements, we would like to offer an attractive value proposition for our future companies, startups, and SMEs as well. On the one hand, focusing on strengthening the education with our 3 university partners, while on the other hand, we would like to do our best to focus on R&D with test labs and skill labs, and the already mentioned internationally unique development and test before invest environment. Here you can see some of the visual designs of this R&D center thanks to the PBN. And here you can see all the most important partners and stakeholders we are working together in order to build a new local innovation ecosystem focusing on healthcare industry. So we are working together with the PBN and the Digitalization Center and Smart Senior Care Test Environment, the 3 universities I have already mentioned, our university teaching hospital, or our local social care service provider company. Because we truly believe that there are several keys to the success of our strategy and our program, like our industrial park or our outstanding manufacturing culture. But the most important aspect among them is the strong local, regional, and international partnerships. And after focusing on the digital transition, I also would like to focus shortly on the green transition and the sustainability, because we are also trying our best in this field as a city management. We have several green projects that has been awarded throughout the last years, like our expanded 1,000 Trees program or our new reuse center. But the most important flagship project regarding green transition is our complex green hydrogen ecosystem development project. And here you can see the short timeline of this. We have started to focus on this field back in 2019, together with the PBN. They were the project partner of, for example, the Interreg Europe's Smart Highway project. And we, as a municipality, were an associated partner in this project. So we had the chance to be present at several study visits, for example, in Aberdeen, Scotland, or in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. We had the chance to see their whole green hydrogen ecosystem there. We could try their hydrogen fueled buses, etc. Or in an EU project, we've been to Poznań, Poland. They are also using hydrogen buses in the public transport. And after that, in July 2021, we have decided to include green hydrogen as a separate chapter in our Szombathely 2030 program. November 2022, where together with PBN in the framework of a project called the European City Facility, we had the chance to create our city's own hydrogen strategy, derived from Hungary's national hydrogen strategy and also in accordance to the European Union's hydrogen strategy. After that, we had several demo events held in Szombathely, and in December 2023, together with an advisory Ltd, the KPMG advisory Ltd, our feasibility study for the green hydrogen ecosystem development project were finalized in the value of around 30 million euros. Here you can see some of the most important elements of this complex green hydrogen ecosystem development project. So we would like to produce green hydrogen on our own in Szombathely, to do storage systems, to create fueling stations, and also to use green hydrogen in the different fields of public transport, city operation, and company logistic use. And at last but not least, I would like to say just some thoughts about something called the local green deals of the Intelligent Cities Challenge program. So right now I'm in Brussels at the closing conference of this project, and in this 2.0 version of this program, our main task was to conclude the so-called local green deals derived from the European Green Deal with several stakeholders and partners. We are focusing on three main topics here: the transport and mobility, the green energy and renewables, and the construction and built environment. And here you can see all the partners we are concluding these LGDs. Pannon Business Network Association is one among them. With them, we are focusing in the LGDs at the complex green hydrogen ecosystem development as well in the field of green energy and renewables. And tomorrow we will also be getting more of this LGD and this solution, this approach in energy and renewable sector. So I think that our partnership and our cooperation is quite fruitful, and I can advise to each city to find partners like PBN and to work together with different stakeholders. Thank you very much for your kind attention. If you've got any questions, please do not hesitate to ask me now or contact me later. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. And also thank you to have some time for us to present our results. As you can see, we already did, or not just we, all the city representatives and all the players in the city did put a lot of effort to fulfill our strategy, but we still have to do a lot to reach all the goals which we planned. The next speaker will be Jerzy Kopecz. He is the director at the Marshal's Office of Malopolska region. Right now, he will join us online, and he will present us Poland's hydrogen technology development plan until 2030. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Kopecz. Thank you.
So hello once again from Krakow. I understand that I'm visible and you can hear me, yeah? Great. So thank you very much for introducing. To tell you the truth, I would like to present the hydrogen plant from the Małopolska, maybe no from all my country, no for Polska. So the region with the capital in Krakow. I think that it's not necessary to say more about my region, but generally speaking, you know, it's a region situated in the south part of Poland. We have quite a lot of the connection, economic and cultural connection with Hungary. So, coming back to the presentation, in a nutshell, I would like to first say something about the Małopolska hydrogen technology ecosystem, which is a base for working out our hydrogen plan. This ecosystem based on the 4 pillars. First one is the small medium business and corporate companies. In Małopolska region, 2 very important capital group are situated, and these companies have quite a lot of the connection in their scope of activities. There is a hydrogen, this Orlen oil company, and nitrogen group. It's worth mentioning that Poland is a 3rd producer of the great hydrogen in Europe after the Germany and the Netherlands. That's why this information is it's a very important. Second pillar is academia. Krakow is a place where very important universities are situated, and it's a very crucial point for development of hydrogen ecosystem. Third pillar is a science network, Łukasiewicz network. It's a very important center for connection and networking. And of course, the fourth one is a local government authority, which is responsible for accelerating and for supporting this ecosystem from the financial point of view. Coming back to the contents of this documents, generally speaking, it's a kind of the diagnosis focusing on the condition of hydrogen market in Małopolska. The central point is potential of our region. Of course, it includes SWOT analysis and some recommendation where we should to put our efforts, how we can get countable results. Of course, this is a description of the entire hydrogen value chain, especially in the terms of the hydrogen transport and the storage. Of course, before we started to prepare this plan, we ask the fundamental question for the different actors, shareholders of the ecosystem of hydrogen in Małopolska. And very interesting thing is that the answer was one, the same for the all group of our respondents. It appeared that the critical, the key problem in the Małopolska region is definitely storage and transportation of the hydrogen. Of course, the other elements of the value chain of hydrogen is important from the, let's say, from the beginning from the production and ending from in the technology, but it's according to the academia, according to the business, this is absolutely number one as regards assumption of the technology program in Małopolska and this ecosystem. So Of course, it's clear that this plan should comply with the Polish hydrogen strategy and European Union strategy for hydrogen. There are some very ambitious indicators to get in the future, such as the production of hydrogen and implementing of the different kind of technology. But in our understanding, we would like first of all start from the networking, from the education, and from the working out the different kind of the concept, science concept, and concept of the cooperation between the sectors, and of course between the region in Poland, of course on the international level. I would like also mention that now we are in the process. We are engaged in the process of preparation of the intelligence specialization platform Małopolska, and one of this pillar of this system is a pillar of the sustainable energy and industry, and among them, the hydrogen plays very important role. We try to implement a special kind of the methodology, so-called the process of the entrepreneurial discovery. In the future, it will give us clear information about the potential of each sector, and how we could let's say connect different companies, different academia, different science network. On this slide, you can observe some kind of activities in process of implementation of this plan. Very important thing is that we are a member of the association Vanguard Initiative with headquarters in the Brussels. Thanks to this association, it is possible to conduct, it is possible to run a special hydrogen pilot, so-called CAMP, which is orientated exactly on creation of network and rolled out of the different solutions from the other countries that are much more advanced than Poland in this system. Of course, we are a member of the Clean Hydrogen Alliance partnership, accelerated up to now a series of the conferences. We implemented two important projects in Science Mid region. Some information about this hydrogen pilot project. In this project, we cooperate with the CERS region from Europe. This is Lombardia, Slovenia, of course, Małopolska. Our strategic partner in this project, this Polish cluster of composite technologies. As you know, composite materials are very important for storage and transportation of hydrogen, and that's why on this exactly in this field you would like to concentrate our efforts. Moving to the next slide, I would like to say something about the goals, about the aims of this pilot. As we see, these are standardization of hydrogen pipelines and vessels in the hydrocurb network and portfolio, replacement of fossil fuels for hydrogen in the industrial process, and thanks to the cooperation with Lombardia, hydrogen in the shipping. Other activities, the foster of interregional collaboration on hydrogen economy, support and strengthen the European hydrogen value chain, become a European leader in the hydrogen technologies, provide just transition and stimulate regional innovation ecosystem. It's very interesting element of this plan is the creation of the regional group for development of hydrogen technologies. This is a kind of methodology that we take from Vanguard Initiative activities. In this group, we have representatives of these 4 pillars of ecosystem. This group meet regularly, exchange opinion and experiences, and talk about the potential joint initiative in the fields of hydrogen technology development. We try to create and organize a kind of consortia in order to prepare application for a fund from the European Union. This is not only the real platform for cooperation, but as well exactly the undertaking towards the prepare the kind of organization for a funds. Some our success story, we took part in the very important events. I mean, European Hydrogen Week, which is organized by the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. For the first time, Małopolska in the Brussels had the opportunity to present its hydrogen potential during this important event. It's worth mentioning that in this fair, it was quite a lot of the participants, more than 9,000. So it was for us, generally speaking, to take part in the many different presentations in the different panels. It was a time also to discuss the role of the hydrogen valleys in the European ecosystem as well. It's important thing that we are a member of the Silesian Małopolska Value Hydrogen Organization, and it's clear that cooperation between very industrial region such as Silesia and Małopolska could give us effect of the synergy. So just to sum up, because it is possible to talk quite a lot of the about this story about the hydrogen. We in Małopolska mostly concentrated on the working out the system of networking and the system of education, because it's condition sine qua non for further activities. But as I mentioned earlier, we start from the creation of the system of storage and transportation of the hydrogen. It's very important to connect the different places in the industrial map of Małopolska and Poland, just to prepare the using of hydrogen in our region. So, as you see, we have ambition building a regional structure which encompasses all fundamental shareholders interested in hydrogen technology development, providing a space and tools to iterate and to network activities based on the experience taken from the regional EDP model, and clear emphasis on the hydrogen policy, including the strategic documents. So we hope for cooperation in the future, of course, on the international level, interregional level. We are open for discussion and for exchanging of experience. And I'm ready to of course answer your question. So up to now, from my side, it's everything. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kopacz, for the great presentation. As you can see, behind all the successful strategy, there is a great ecosystem who can help to implement all the planned goals and to help to success in that hydrogen technology development plan. Our next speaker will be Susanne Roskogler. She will discuss Austria's circular economy strategy. Yeah, and then I give the floor to Susanne, and then we will see. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start the presentation. So welcome today to my presentation, Circular Economy Strategy in Austria. My name is Susanne Roskogler. I'm a member of the Chair of Waste Process Technologies and Waste Management at the Montana University of Leoben. Yeah. So my current research topics are life cycle assessment, resource efficiency in industry, resource loss, zero waste, and industry 5.0. So what I want to talk about today is what is the circular economy? Why do we need a strategy? What are the circular economy plans in Austria and what is done so far? And what are the barriers and enablers and what comes next? So first of all, what is circular economy? Okay. Today our economy is some kind of linear. So take, make, use and dispose. The circular economy, according to Ellen MacArthur, is that we keep our materials as long as possible in a circulation through maintenance and other processes. And circular economy has the potential to solve some of our facing problems like climate change. So that we know where we need the changes and where the adjusting screws are, we need an actual status. And you can see here a material flow. It's part of a EcoStart co-financed project and gives us a good database for our material footprint and other new indicators. So the circular economy plan in Austria, based on other strategies and plans like the biomass strategy or the master plan on raw materials and the waste management program. But why do we need some kind of circular economy plan? We stabilized in Austria our material consumption, but on a too high level. So, for example, the domestic material consumption is about 19 tons per capture per year. And that means it's about 5% over the European average. And of course, the material footprint is much higher. It's about, in 2020, it was about 199 megatons per year. So, and as we all know, the European Commission published with the European Green Deal a really good roadmap for transformation. And one of the pillars of the Green Deal is the so-called Circular Economy Action Plan. And of course, our Austrian strategy is aligned with the Green Deal and with the Circular Action Plan. So the goal is to promote sustainable products as a norm. So the plan of our government was adopted by the Federal Ministry of Climate Change in 2022 and focused on areas of innovation and transformation. It should change our economic structures and pattern in a total way. And the success can only take place in technological and sociological fields, and with a systematic approach, of course. But what are our goals? So we have some kind of strategic goals and some kind of objectives goals. So the strategic one, of course, are conserving our resources, climate protection, zero waste and zero pollution. To achieve this goal, we have to achieve some suitable public structures for task distribution and, of course, a strong network. For the operational targets, I will show you some numbers. We have to reduce our resource consumption, so we have to reduce our material footprint to 7 tons per year per capture by 2050, and our DMC to 40 tons per year per capture. And of course, if you see the number before, that means for the material footprint a decreasing by 80% by 2050. And additional, our domestic resource productivity should increase to 50% by 2030 without shifting our high intensive resource production approach, of course. So what's the basic behind? So if we talk about circular economy strategy, we should talk about our principles, the so-called R principles. They are ranked according to their importance for circular economy. So priority is given to the design phase because here is the greatest potential. And this means the R on the top, so refuse, rethink, and reduce, are aligned for the producers and the manufacturers. So reuse, repair, remanufacture, rethink and reduce is repurpose and remanufacturer should extend the lifetime of the products. And this is where the customers and the legacy comes into play. So recycling and recovery should make for sure that we use the products as secondary raw material after the first use phase. But as we all know, that isn't according to the laws of nature. So entropy at the end, sometimes all becomes waste. So we need some new raw materials, of course, but we should make for sure that they are sustainable and as far as possible from renewable sources. When we talk about recycling, we should talk about recyclability. And I'm sorry for the typo in the last part. It doesn't mean technical recyclability as well, it means the real recyclability. According to Roland Bomberger, we distinguish between different stages of recyclability. First of all, we have the theoretical one. So this means only for products based on their main characteristics, they are clean and the techniques are not in a specific region. The second one, the technical recyclability, means the technique is tested, the recycling process is available, but also not in a special region. And the real recyclability means that it's tested in a region, it's actually collected, it's sorted, discharged, and the material is used afterwards. So what does it mean for some kind of plans and strategies? This means the theoretical one could be perfect, but the technical one and the real one could be zero. As well as the technical and the theoretical one could be perfect and the real one could also be zero. This means at the end of the day, we need more collection, more sorting, and of course, we need an increase of proportion of recyclable material in our products. So what is not being collected cannot be retrieved, and what is not been in the collected material cannot be retrieved as well. When we talk about recycling, we should talk about waste. And what are the principles of waste? You see my boss, Roland Bomberger, one of the members of the Austrian Circular Economy Task Force, proposed some principles. So everything becomes waste. Think about entropy. It's only a matter of time. And everything that could be in the waste will be in the waste with a certain probability. Waste takes always the path of the least money, but this gives us some steering options. And waste is a limited good, and we should see it as such. So the Austrian plan has some central intervention areas. We have legal and regulatory frameworks highlighted. This means we should be aware of legal obstacles that existed nowadays. We should always focus on potential barriers and, of course, some trade-offs. So smart market incentives mean something like extended circular public procurement and other incentives. And the financing and funding are focused, for example, on private fundings, but we have not enough clear definition for circular economy in this way. Research focused on financing of initiatives only for circular economy or corporations and network activities. And digitalization, of course, we need useful data, and we have to connect links between our material flows and our information flows. So we have to create some kind of AI-supported platforms, and we have to connect our producers and our industries to some symbiosis. Information knowledge highlighted here. Information and knowledge means, for example, the circularity labs in Austria. We have 25 over Austria with a broad cooperation. And we also, same as in the Green Deal and the action plan of the European Commission, we have some starting points for our transformation. This means for the first construction, because they contribute about 16% of the waste in Austria, and the mobility as well. We think about batteries, we think about environmental friendly materials and safe collection of the batteries. The next one is plastic and packaging. Of course, we have now started a deposit function of our bottles and cans, and we have to modernizing our infrastructure for sorting and recycling. For textiles as well, we have to promote some circular design rules and some new business models. Electrical as well as electronic devices. We should expand the lifespan of the products, and we should do some kind of education for the customer to build awareness for the products. According to biomass, we have to focus on efficient agriculture, and we have to create some network and industrial symbiosis along the life chain of the products. And we should always be aware for trade-offs, especially when it comes to food. And also it's important to have some kind of education to avoid food waste. And last but not least, we should talk about waste and secondary resources. Of course, we need some kind of transparent waste management, and we need a communication along the whole value chain. That's important because when we from the waste management sector and from the waste process technologies could communicate to the designer where the greatest potential is, what we need to get as high as possible secondary raw materials out of the waste, then we can be successful. So what is done so far? The first evaluation report is planned to be published in 2027. The first report about success, the first overview is published last year. So we established a circular economy task force in 2023. We have some kind of adaptation in the Waste Management Act, like the end of waste regulation, and it should be more. We have reduced tax rates of 10% for some kind of repairs, as well as the deposit, as I already mentioned. And we increased in reusable beverages quotes in the food trade. As well as the circularity in the climate lab, we introduced a circular economy help desk as contact point. And we have a repair bonus used by over 1 million chances and users. So, but we still have barriers and enablers. We have a too linear thinking in our economy. We have too little awareness among producers and consumers. And of course, there will be a high need for investment for new technologies. And as we all know, secondary raw materials are often too expensive. But we have also enablers. We can create totally new business models with a clear legal framework for planning security. We can expect really successful new business creations. And we have to expand our collection system so that the public can have access to it. What I don't collect, I can't retrieve, of course, secondary raw materials. And of course, circular economy as an opportunity for the future is really important. So at the last point, I will talk about future waste as a chance. With new technologies, new waste streams came along. Of course, we all know photovoltaic or CFRP is nothing totally new. But in this amount, of course, it will be new. And if we make some experiments, tests, and so on, and can communicate along the whole process chain to the producers, to the designers, what we need to gain as much as possible secondary raw materials, we will be successful with our strategy in the future. So, yeah, I hope I'm in time. If there are any questions, we can take later on. If you want to do so, thank you for your attention. And
Okay, thank you. So far, we heard about a lot of insightful strategies and policy support actions. And right now, we are jumping to our next big panel, which is focusing on industry collaborations and presenting innovative technologies and how other projects like Smart Circuit can help the companies all around the world to present new technologies and the industry collaboration. Our first speaker will be Andrea sorry for that, because it's a quite tricky name. We will practicing it during the dinner. You will try to pronounce my name, and then I will do yours. Then I give you the floor, and you will present the project.
Thank you.
You can do it more
Sophia,
better than
yeah?
me. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now I need to practice only.
So, hello. Nice to be here with you. Thank you for inviting Vivian and Tekos. I come from the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia, and my name is Andrea Hlišč. It's very hard to pronounce, I know, but no problem. You can call me Andrea. So, today I will be talking about, this is a big title, but actually I'm going to talk about side stream materials and byproducts in industry. So once more, I'm from the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia. I'm the director of the Electrical Industry Association, so one of the branches of the Chamber. We are the largest non-profit organization in Slovenia. We have about 6,000 members, and it's a voluntary-based membership. So before we start now, I would like to ask you a question. I kindly ask you, everybody who has ever dealt with byproducts or side stream materials, raise your hand. I see about 5 or 6. And I also would like to thank the previous speaker who's already introduced a little bit of the topics I'm going to talk about. So very helpful here. But to just explain a little bit of the context why Electrical Industry Association would deal with byproducts, we actually have realized that the EU has has prepared several strategic documents, guidelines, like the Circular Economy Action Plan and the Green Deal, etc. But when talking with our members, we realized that they need some more specific tools and initiatives to help them with this green transition, because it's very complicated. Also on the legislative level, it's very, very complicated for industry process. So there are a lot of pressures, also economical, geopolitical, even with the materials, raw materials right now. Critical raw materials are rare. We have trouble with our logistic paths obtaining these materials to Europe. So our idea was to make concrete tools to help the companies to go on this path. And the main reason is also we are running out of virgin materials. So Europe really has to focus because we're going to have some trouble during the years that are coming geopolitically. You know what's going on now with Trump, Ukraine, China. We're going to have trouble accessing raw materials, especially the critical ones. So the goal here is to reuse the materials we have, but not in a capacity of recycling, which a colleague from Austria was speaking before. But the idea is to use the byproducts that occur naturally in the production process. So this is a definition for you to read. It's the byproduct of a side stream is a product that occurs in the production process, but it's not the main focus. So, for example, this morning we visited the company Falco. The wood chip that they are recycling or using for their pellets for the wood is actually a byproduct. So the idea is to use this byproduct that occurs in the production. Doesn't matter what kind of material it is. It can be food, it can be parts of wire, it can be wood chip, it can be iron shavings, etc. To put it in a production circle of the existing company that produced this side stream, or that another company or another branch can use it. And this is called industrial symbiosis. So you take material from one production and, for example, wood chips could be used in the building as a building material, etc. So I'm here today to explain to you a little bit what industrial symbiosis can be good for. So the most obvious one is to reduce waste disposal and incineration. So the point here is we don't recycle it, we don't dispose it, we use it again. And with that, you can have severe cost cuttings in the company. So this is also very important. Economic reasons here, I think, are not widely known, but I will explain to you some best practice examples how this is a very good economical reasoning also. With that, we will reduce the carbon footprint and conserve the raw materials and nonetheless create new green jobs. So this is, I think, something new for Europe, but it is worth exploring. So we'll be presenting you two best practice examples, because we had a project, of course, with some Norwegians, and they gave us some very good best practices, and then we had some vouchers within that project, and we also created some Slovenian best practices. So the first example is Norwegian. So there is a company called Rek Solar, and they produce photovoltaic panels. And if you can imagine, the photovoltaic panels have to be cut in specific measurements to feed the specific roof or object. And by cutting it, they produce this silicon dust. And they had tons and tons of this. Actually, they had 700 tons annually, so this was a lot of dust. And they just had to dispose it. Then they had an idea to try some research, and here comes the innovation part. So they partnered up with Resistec. It's a R&D facility in Norway, and they're focusing on like these smart particles innovation and in process engineering, and they realized that this silicon dust can, when being reprocessed, can be used to like a silicon powder in also in batteries, and can be reused as a raw material again. So by taking secondary material, reprocess it, can be a raw material again. So this was a very good case. And with our project, we gave some vouchers to our companies, Slovenian companies. And they actually partnered with Norwegian companies. So a Slovenian and Norwegian company had a project together. Livar is a foundry in Slovenia, and they produce iron. They do iron. And in the process, they have a lot of, here on the right side, you see iron shavings. And here on the, in the middle part is iron dust. And the company had a lot of, actually had a lot of difficulties with this dust because they had to get rid of it. It was classified as waste. And because in Slovenia we don't have a facility that can deal with this dust, they had to transport it to Austria. And this was very costly. And well, actually our waste was being a source of heating for Austrian citizens. Maybe you know something about this. Here the company did some studies. Also, they tested these materials in some labs in Germany, and then they made briquettes out of this. So they used their own secondary material, made briquettes. I hope this video will work. Yes. They bought a machine from the Norwegians, and they briquette. They have this special process. They make briquettes, and then they use it for their furnaces. So they create energy from it, and they put it in their own production circle. They put it inside again. So they realized this is a very good example for them, also economically, because they estimated about 50% reduction of dust and slag formation. And then they found that they have market potential. These briquettes can also be used in other facilities, other companies. So probably they will continue with this work and use it again to sell it actually to other companies. And also they realized they lowered the production cost with significant annual saving. This is not on the slide, but I can tell you they say that annually they really saved €500,000 on this. So this is a lot of money. And they increased the competitiveness up to 5%. So this is one of the best practices we have. We had about 6 of these examples in Slovenia. I just have 10 minutes, so I choose these 2. So my main point here is that it can be very beneficial to look at the materials and also the side stream materials that occur in companies and then reuse it. I also choose another best practice example, but from Denmark. As a business support organization, here we have different, also some of you are from business support. Kalundborg Symbiosis is a partnership that has been established in 1972. It's an industrial zone in a small town in Denmark. And they have been, it's kind of a public-private endeavor. And then everybody in this industrial zone contributes their material flows. And I will show you on this. So they kind of share water resources, energy resources, and materials. And I think this was also very interesting. If new industrial zones are being made in whatever country, it would be interesting to from the start, really think how the resources can be shared in an industrial zone. So this is also, I think, a very good example of how we can reduce CO2 emissions and share resources. So these are different companies and also municipality that kind of share this side stream. Okay, so to wrap up, the main takeaways is the byproducts have really high potential, and the early adopters will have the best benefits to using them. So it is my mission to kind of explain to this about this a little bit more. And during this project, we also made a handbook because we did kind of created a side stream database. It's like every company has put in the amount of side stream they have annually, so that other companies can see what kind of waste or side stream they have, and they can buy it or exchange it or have some kind of innovative research on it. And we have built this database in Slovenia, and we actually did a handbook how to build this database so that other countries and regions don't have to do the same process as we do, because it was quite hard to realize what kind of data to put in with the NDAs, etc. So I've brought it with me during the break. You can get it, and for those who are online, I have put also the links here at the end of my presentation. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Andrea. So if you want, then you can check the handbook during the lunch break, or just ask directly Andrea to help you with the questions. Okay, so our next speaker will be Andreas Gams, ecosystem manager at EIT Manufacturing, and he will talk about how manufacturing players can collaborate to enhance the sustainable and circular economy.
15 minutes?
10 or 15 if you want, yeah.
Okay.
Between them, thank you.
Yeah, hello to everyone. Yeah, it's quite tough telling a sales guy to do his pitch in 10 minutes. You know, that's one of the industrial challenges we face. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. How we go? First of all, nice for being here. Thanks to PPN for inviting me on behalf of EIT Manufacturing. You may saw EIT already at a few slides in this morning show. So yeah, what does EIT mean? European Institute of Innovation and Technology. I'm within the team of manufacturing in Europe. In the region East, headquartered in Vienna, responsible for direct markets, of course, Austria, Slovak, Czechia, Hungary, Slovenia, Serbia, and Croatia. Being an Austrian, I will not jump on the train and talk about soccer. That's not a typical Austrian way. We tried to do it, but not really successful. A few years back, I would have talked about skiing. Yeah, Swiss, Norway are better. So let's talk about industry, where maybe we have some level up to do. Sustainability in European manufacturing industry. It's a freaking holistic topic. It's huge. What does sustainability mean? Is sustainability greenwashing? Is it tree hugging? Is it recycling? No. Sustainability is a potential new business case. And let's say what we in EIT Manufacturing try to do, I will come with this a little bit later, what we exactly do. I don't know if someone is familiar with the movie Jerry Maguire. There is an amazing sentence in an amazing phrase which is just called, "Show me the money." And this is actually what we do. Let's say there are amazing ideas, amazing technologies, amazing strategies in circular economy. But as long the ideas remain an idea and a strategy, it's nice to talk about. Let's think about how to make money out of it. And I'm a huge fan of financial sustainability. Let's say whatever corporates do, whatever SMEs do, whatever startups, universities intend to do, let's put a euro on to make it happen. Because industry is more attracted to new ideas, to circular economy methods, if you show them the financial benefit of doing it. And of course, it is good for our planet and welfare as well. It's commercialization and market competitiveness. Let's commercialize all these ideas we heard in the morning. Let's think about, let's implement it, identify use cases. Digitalization, industrialization, automation, yes. These are all aspects of the transformation. Access to data. Everyone, every corporate, about hundreds, I would not say thousands a year I'm talking to, Yes, we want to get data, but no one wants to share it. So there is this typical catch-22. Funding investment, very, very important. For kicking ideas off, for supporting implementation. It should not be that for every circular economy, sustainability topic, digitalization topic, a product which is existing in the market only because of funding is not a product. And I switched to the good side of the planet, let's say 2 years ago, by joining EIT Manufacturing. Before I have been in oil and gas. So I have a huge CO2 rucksack, which I tried to get down now till retirement in the next 20 years. And yes, and you cannot imagine how sustainable oil and gas industry was already 20 years back. In US, also in Russia, also in Europe. Because if you waste oil, if you waste gas, you cannot sell it. So they have been sustainable, but only on the capitalistic view that every kilogram of methane not erasing into the atmosphere, that this is also something good for the planet. Yeah, that's point number 2. Number 1 is we have to sell what we have. We are just a network. Basically, we have nothing except a network. But why a network is important? I hope I do not touch too often now this capitalistic view and things, but an amazing idea plus network is equal to revenue. I think this is not something too philosophic or too academia, but it is as it is. If I have an amazing idea and I'm not able to tell someone about this idea, to convince someone to support me, yeah, it's just an idea. And ideas are enough. We have to go to execution. Power of innovation. That's the way to transform our planet. That's the way to transform the industry. We need innovation. This is why we humans are still on this planet, because we are innovative, we are creative, we talk to each other, online or in person. Speed to market. We should not be too negative. Let's say that the world will go down in December and everything will be done. We go back to our cave. No. It took us now about 100, 120 years to create somehow a disaster. Let's say Mother Earth is for sure not happy because of us humans, but there is now also the time if we recognize a change is possible, but a change is necessary also. What are we doing in our network? We have about 200 paying members, about 1,000 network partners. My job every day is talking to people and identify challenges. Go back to the office and present solutions. You need something for CSRD reporting. You want to implement circular economy, remanufacturing. Also in oil and gas, very popular. So huge tons of spare parts not need to produce every day. No, take the used thing, remanufacture it and put it back into the cycle. On the other hand, I'm confronted with hundreds of amazing new solutions from startups, from universities, from spin-offs, and try to find a market for them. Try to do, if you look on the TRL, so technological readiness level, if they have a prototype, it's amazing to cooperate with industry players to develop this to a market-ready product. Of course, to support them also, to give them a little kick in terms of education, mentorship. I'm working a lot with guys from technical universities. And the ones who know, so I chatted with Jerry Maguire, let's say Big Bang Theory. Sometimes the smartest people are not able to sell their smartness. This is where we come into play. Show them, listen, to be an entrepreneur, being smart is an amazing basement. But you need to reskill, to upskill yourself for being a salesperson, to sell your idea. And this is what we do every day. So building the bridge between challenge and solution, that's a business case. And supporting the business case with funding, programs, call for proposals on regional level, on European level. Force people from Hungary, Hungarian SMEs to talk to people in Germany. Let's say, leave your comfort zone. People in automotive, they have done a lot. Let's say currently automotive is struggling a little bit, but they have done an amazing progress in terms of digitalization, automation, supply chain topics, lean manufacturing. Great. So this can also happen in the textile industry, in the wood industry, in the furniture industry, whatever. It's a huge difference visiting in Porto. I visited an IKEA production facility. So amazing. They produce furniture more automotive than the automotive doing, you know. So amazing. Yeah. Strategic. Of course, we are co-funded from the European Union. Let's say being the translator of European ideas and transition of the European manufacturing landscape by getting certain money. But it's more important that people talk to each other. And let's try to get more on the private investment sector. Invest in a product which is wealthy for me, for my operations, for my smart products in future. Because the list of challenges is very, very long. So we have to be sustainable. We have to be energy efficient. There are huge skill gaps. There is lack of diversity. And yes, dear male participants, it's amazing by having a diverse team with male and female. Because being a proud man, yeah, of course, I have to listen to women every day. But lack of diversity. Women to Tech, one of the most amazing programs we support in Europe. Linear production models, let's break this up. But not for everything, just there where it really makes sense. If we follow all this, the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions will come automatically. And insufficient resilience, yes, of course. We Europeans have to be more proud on our own. There are a few aspects what we can learn from US, because Trump was mentioned before. Be proud in what we are doing. Be proud that we do smart things, of course. Why European Union decided to create ERT manufacturing? There were numbers already thrown around. Yes, absolutely. Manufacturing is the backbone of Europe, of the European economy. 16% of the GDP, more than 30 million jobs, more than 2 million enterprises in manufacturing. Because being a sales guy, I lied already by introducing we are focused on manufacturing. If I look into this room, yeah, what is not manufactured? Air, but yeah, that's it. Yeah, of course we have a mission, a strategic target, but we are not lost in the limbus of strategy. We really try to be as pragmatic every day as possible. Yes, we can support a limited amount of startups. We can solve a limited amount of challenges, but a limited amount every year is a huge number in 10 years. Where do we support? Number one is network. Bring people together. Force people to leave their comfort zone. Lead generation. This is what startups, let's say, when you ask startups, what do you need? Yeah, first is money. If we don't get the money, we need leads. We want to get introduced to customers. Corporate innovation challenge. Corporates tell us every day, we need this, we need that. We have a fleet of old tooling machines. We don't want to remove them because they still is good. They do their job, but we want to see the numbers, the digital data output of this tooling machine in the SAP. The tooling machine has no sensors. Yeah, let's find a European startup who can put sensors on the machine to make it useful in the digital world for the next 10, 20 years. Commercialization of innovation and tech transfer. There I'm dealing a lot with universities. Universities create spin-offs. Spin-offs require, let's say, a kick into the market. This is what we do every day. Startup services and investment, yes. A very smart business model. We invest money into startups and then we grow them. Makes sense from eco point of view. Tech Watch Business Intelligence. So, of course, get access to data. Know your competition. Know what's going on. It's much easier right now than I was thinking 15 years back doing a market study. Now it's, let's say, ask ChatGPT, and you are already beyond this. It's not qualified, but it's at least an idea. Skills and competences education. I'm very happy to be part of, it's point number 7, actually, spending skills and competences. This should be actually part number 1. Every new technology introduced into the market requires education. A company is doing hand painting today, wants to invest into robotics painting next year. Yeah. Company had no painters anymore. It was a Czech company. No painters. No one wants to do painting in a cell for 10 hours a day. No. Then they invested into robotics. Now the robots cannot work because they have no programmers. Yeah. Another catch-22. And of course, funding opportunities. Every kick-off funding, introducing ideas into the market require this. Yeah, ecological, social, governance. We try to frame all what we do under sustainability somehow, because it's social sustainability, it's energy sustainability, whatever. You can find a lot of the topics, of course, under sustainability. Therefore, this is such a huge topic. And therefore, we do this especially for SMEs. Why with SMEs? Let's say our big partners, I think I can name them. It's First Alpine, it is Magna. Yes, they have a sustainability department. I learned sometimes that the CEO of such big corporates, they even report to the head of sustainability. Every decision in the corporate, every investment has to be evaluated in the aspect of sustainability. SMEs, small corporates, they do not have a sustainability department. They need support. Therefore, we offer shared resources. Listen, you can be sustainable. We support you in developing your strategy. Identify a roadmap for the next 5 years. How much money you need to do this? What can be funded? What are the skills you need to do this? So doing this kind of assessments, we identify pain points and then introduce technologies. Yeah. It goes into consultancy, but here we work a lot because we're also a limited group of people. In Vienna, we are 30. In Europe, we are almost 200. Versus 2 million production companies in Europe, yeah, slightly misfit in resource. Therefore, we have a huge network of supporters. We don't have to know everything. We just have to know the right people who can solve it. Industry assessments. I like corporates who are calling me, say, Andreas, we want to be more digital. Do we want to have it in green, in yellow? That's nice. So also a focus on this, supporting corporates, smaller SMEs to help themselves, to educate them, to smart them up, to reskill people, to allow them industry 5.0, yeah, 4.0. It means being better, to be more competitive. More competitive means not wasting, being efficient, and having a sustainable balance sheet at the end of the year. There are very nice methodologies, processes, how SMEs, corporates can assess status quo, can define targets to reach a certain aim. So this is no secret. People just need to get access to this. They need education and training, because in basic every corporate can do this on its own, but needs support then in implementing and executing the task. We are that strong in Europe, started in 2020, so 4 years back, because we are not only the only one in Europe that's sitting in Vienna. There is copy-paste impact hubs or impact centers, how we call us, in Darmstadt, Germany, in Milano, Italy, Naples, Italy, Athens in Greece, Göteborg in Sweden, London, UK. Paris and San Sebastian in Spain, amazing place to be. So we cooperate. And we had this recently in Sopron, an amazing startup would like to get more market share in the Netherlands. Yes, doing a market study there together with our colleagues in Darmstadt and introducing them into the Benelux market. And this is in basic what we do every day. Try to connect people, try to connect corporates, but very business focused. A landscape which shows the diversity. We always are proud and we are happy to have more than, let's say 50% of our members are corporates. Here you see, let's say, the well-known names, very automotive focus on this slide. The big players. There are hundreds of small SMEs in background, but corporates who do business every day. Universities. Let's say every main technical university, or let's say 90% of technical universities in Europe, except Montan University, but this will come, is a member of EIT Manufacturing. Connect industry with universities, because universities can be an amazing resource for research and development activities, for young talents. So now, why soccer was named, I think in soccer, there is a very well process from young to old to become a professional soccer player. And it's not only talent, it's the framework, it's the team, which is making this happen. AI, data, industrial metaverse, circular economy, net zero industry, renewable energy, yes. These are the phrases we have to work on. Identify business cases, new business models, and making this successful. Huge numbers, as mentioned. We are a limited resource, we have a huge network, but already after 4 years, we have created more than 1,000 business cases in Europe by introducing a challenge with a solution. More than 350 funded projects, more than 200 partners actually. And more than 500 startups actively supported. So no matter which TRL level, we like it more to scale them. Let's say TRL level 6, 7, when a prototype is ready, when there is something you can touch or you can see already. But we also like from idea, from student to spin-off, to startup, to scale up, to Tesla, whatever, you know. So we support all over Europe SMEs, corporates, to solve their challenges by putting a business aspect on the challenge. We should be seen as another resource for strategic partnerships, from idea to market-ready product. Shorten time, let people do where they are strong, and let's take us the challenge for commercialization, industrialization, and implementation, creating proof of concept projects. Seamless market penetration in Europe. Let's say wherever Hungarian corporates, Slovak corporates, Czech ones, Austrians, wherever they want to scale, where they want to grow, we can make this happen. Which reduces risk and cost, because a lot of people, a lot of students, for example, they do not create a startup because it's too risky. Let's share the risk. Let's be in a huge network where you get introduced to potential customers, partners, almost every day. That's it, EIT Manufacturing. Thank you. It was 10 minutes almost?
Yeah, that was fine, yeah. We will grab our lunch a little bit later, but it's not depending on you, don't worry. Yeah, I know. Thank you for the presentation. It was really great to see how you can help companies to solve their challenges through networking opportunities and founding opportunities. And of course, the importance of education is also a big player to solve the challenges. Our next speaker will be Thomas Pavlik, who will present us, as far as I know, a digital platform which is somehow collecting all the construction and demolition waste and how the waste management can help during the construction. If I'm, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, I give the floor to you.
Thank you. Excuse me. This thing to switch. Okay. Okay, seems it's working. Okay, here I am. I wanted to say good morning, but it's very short to lunch and everything. Everybody's hoping for early lunch, so I'll try not to use that much time. Anyway, my name is Tomáš Pavlík, and I represent Bavenir. At Bavenir, we are approaching the circularity topic from the digital perspective. In my presentation, I will talk about how we use data, why it is important, and what kind of innovation we expect in our project called Circulus. Bavenir is a small-sized company based in Bratislava, and we consider ourselves to be strong in digital solution and in particular data and related data services interoperability. We have strong R&D background, and here I'm listing 5 of the Horizon Europe or Horizon 2020 projects we took part in. Actually, 3 out of the 5 projects we initiated, created consortium, and actually prepared proposals. So we are quite proud of our R&D credentials. And the last projects we started, sometimes in summer last year, 2024, is called Circulus. I find this name to be beautiful and very fitting for this conference, I hope. Circulus. We have a strong consortium of 20 partners led by NTNU, which is Norwegian Technical University. I don't want to go that much into detail because that's not the topic of my presentation. But I can say that within this project, we do plenty of good, old-fashioned circularity jobs. We create new processes, new materials. We look at circular designs. So all these typical things you would expect from a circular project. What I also need to say is that Circulus is about waste, construction waste, demolition waste, and manufacturing waste. Then we have 2 relatively independent streams in a way. One is bio-based materials, by which we mean wood or timber. And we have some northern, very innovative small companies like Omtre leading the way. In the mineral-based stream, we have major industry player Holcim leading the way and its ecosystem. So in these 2 streams, we come up with new processes and eventually create new materials. We are approximately or a little bit less than 1 year into the project, so we are still in a phase 1. We will continue with phase 2, phase 3 next year. Now I'm getting already closer to the point I want to discuss. At the center of the solution is a digital platform where our company Bavenir steps in. It collects and connects all the data from the waste sites, demolition sites, sorting, inspection, processing parts, recycling, upcycling, all the way to the new materials. So this is where we step in. What was said that construction industry is one of the least digitalized European industries. That's statistics I watched before this. So we expect that plenty of good things will happen just by having access to data, just to connect the data and do some simple analytics. That's maybe the first part. Of course, since we are a Horizon project, we have much far more bigger ambitions than just making the data available. We want to do something with data. We want to bring some added value. And in order to facilitate that, we are creating an open digital ecosystem. We collect data from all possible sources, could be vendors, could be sensors, could be IoT data, could be actually even IoT platforms. We take this data and we register them, enrich them. When needed, we transform them, and then we store them. Of course, we need to let everybody know what kind of data we have available. And we are able to send this data via standard technologies like open APIs to the, let's call it service layers. In this project, we call it microservices, and that's where the digital innovation actually happens. I placed a couple of the tools we have available, and I think most of them are self-explanatory, so I'll just mention them. We have LCA, LCC tools. We are using zero defects modeling, logistic optimization, material performance simulation, and last but not least, digital passport. It's a great idea. We will talk about it maybe even later. I see plenty of opportunities to be there. Here, what I should emphasize is that this is an open ecosystem. The applications can be added as necessary, and they can actually compete against each other, which has a couple of benefits. Many of these applications are already using AI or digital twinning or similar technologies. Some time ago, we discussed that these are the tools of Industry 4. Today, I saw everybody's talking already is Industry 5. So, okay, maybe we are behind, or maybe we are really doing Industry 5 as well. Doesn't matter. Maybe one more point worth emphasizing. In our Horizon projects, we provide pretty much the same architecture for other areas. And other projects are, for example, in smart city area. Another project is in energy sector, and the other one is drone, monitoring, drone management. So what I think this platform is in a way universal. So we are not inventing anything new, but we are creating open innovation ecosystem, and we think it may work also in circularity. So to sum up, what's Bavenir contribution? We can consider that we are some kind of oil, even though it's not a good word maybe in this company, but we are the oil of the digital solution of the projects. We are providing interoperability as a service. We can make data independent of any infrastructure or vendors. We are using standard technologies. So it's very cheap to integrate to our platform if there is, of course, interest. We are using international standards and data formats which are well known. So nothing new, nothing in particular. That's what we are using. What's maybe also interesting is that we provide somewhat different data governance. We are not really stuck to this hierarchical old-style data governance you can usually deploy in a company, but not in a complex environment of stakeholders. So this is something which we find very innovative. On my last slide, I just sum up what the data innovation can bring to circular projects. First of all, we are innovation driven. As I said, we have 10 years of or a decade of development in Horizon projects. We are open source. We are available on open source platforms. You can start small. If you are in a community or in a municipal area, you can start small and grow as necessary. Grow with your use case. We create open ecosystem. An open ecosystem helps breaking vendor locks, if there are any. This is an interesting point, and we can discuss later. And finally, decentralization and data federation. That's the point I was saying, that we are moving beyond the traditional hierarchical models to connect diverse actors across the ecosystem. And I promised to be fast, so I hope I was within the 10 minutes. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. You were quite fast. It means that you are hungry, I think. Okay. We have 2 more presentations until we have some time to eat about the delicious lunch. But at first, I would like to welcome online Janusz Kál, who will sharing insights on the improving SMEs competitiveness through sustainable product design. The floor is yours. Thank you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I will try to start my presentation. My name is Janusz Kál, and I am CEO in South Poland Cleantech Cluster. We are a limited liability company, but non-profit. So we operate as NGOs in the same manner. I would like to tell you about our project. The title of my speech is Increasing the Competitiveness of SME companies to Sustainable Product. But really, I want to tell you about our Interreg Central Europe project, which we started in June last year. It's a 30-month project. And this is the name of this project is Circular Design and Development of Sustainable Products in 4 key sectors in Central Europe. And you can see this 4 key industries that we are working with. That is mechanics and mechatronics, packaging, plastics, and construction. And we are focusing on the circular economy, and the project is dedicated to supporting SMEs and small mid-cap companies developing sustainable products and new circular business models. And we go through different stages in this project, and I shortly will introduce the stages. We started the project with conduction of interviews with different companies, potential members of our projects. We wanted to know if they know anything about circular economy, if they know how to do it, if they are involved in any processes, in any projects. And later at the end of this presentation, I will show you the results of these interviews. And then we started reviewing legal and regulatory framework in different countries that participate in this project. And we were looking on the EU level. It was a directive and regulation about circular economy, about our industries. And then we were interested about the regulatory framework and strategies on national level, regional level, and local level. So we were looking at the strategies at different documents in all 7 countries that participate in this project. So now we know the situation, the legal and regulatory situation. And right now, we are preparing for recruitment of 140 companies that we will start with. And after the assessment, we will choose 30 companies that we will continue with. So we will try to introduce how to design and develop these sustainable products. Why should these companies participate in our project? That is because they will get a lot of benefits of participating in this project. Some of these benefits, the benefits are listed here. They will get support for sustainable development of the product. They will get to know some new circular business models, enabling them to stay competitive on the market. They will meet some experts I will show you a little later what kind of experts do we have in our projects. They will be engaged in networking with all these companies and institutions that are involved in our project. Then they will gain market competitiveness and get some opportunities in their future work. And then some skills will be developed. It is very important to educate them and raise the awareness among the workers, how to reuse, repair, and all these strategies that we are working with. Here you can see that in our project are involved 11 partners with 7 countries. What is very interesting and important for us is that 3 of these partners are leading European technology institutes, one from Munich, another one from Vienna, and the third one from Torino. And all these technology institutes, they are, of course, used in helping companies in strategic development. And, of course, they will help us with the process of introducing this sustainable products in our 4 industries. We have 7 countries. I mentioned Germany, Austria, and Italy. This will be, you can say, the countries, the institutions that are delivering the knowledge about processes. And then the receiving countries, you might say, it's countries from Central Europe, and that is Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and Croatia. We started with this interview of the companies, and we found out, of course, we knew about all these things, but after these interviews, we knew exactly what problems SMEs, especially MSEs, because we concentrate on SMEs, are working with. And the most important challenge that they encounter is limited time and resources that can be dedicated to circular transformation. When we talk about designing and development of sustainable products, there are some companies that do that, but these are the big international corporations that have resources, people, and knowledge about designing products in that way. Small companies, SMEs, don't have all these resources. And that's why if, we would choose, of course, relevant companies. And of course, we will help them in starting all these processes in their companies. And another problem that they have is limited or no incentives provided by regulators. That means that they don't feel that they get something from getting involved in all these processes that they need to involve into use a lot of resources, financial resources, human resources. So we need to introduce some incentives, and that must be done by the regulators on the EU level, of course, and national, regional, and local level as well. Then there is limited knowledge on benefits that can lead to building a solid market advantage in the long run. We know that small and medium companies, they are fighting for survival on the competitive market, and really very often they don't work with strategic development of their companies in the long run. And of course, if they want to survive in this competitive market, they have to think about their future. So it's not enough to concentrate on daily businesses, but they have to start working with the longer perspective. And that is, of course, designing and development and producing products that will stay competitive in the future. We know that customers, they want to buy sustainable products. They want to know what happens with the products when the products end their life cycle. They want to know what happens with the projects when they, like for instance, building, when they get demolished. What happens with all this waste that comes not only because all these buildings, they have a lot of things that we can use for the future constructions, and they focus on that. So they are really, they would like to be informed about what's happening with the products when they finish their life cycle. And yeah, there is also a limited perception of circular economy as innovation tool, because we are talking about innovation here. Everything that we talk about, that is a green digital transformation, building up the resilience of the companies. And if you want to do that, you have to stay and you have to be innovative. And a lot of smaller companies, they don't really know what it means, how to involve in innovative projects. And we hope that through our project, we will help this kind of companies. And then, of course, there is, yeah, especially in Poland, we have very high, expensive salary wages. They've been growing like 2 last years with almost 15%. So that creates problems with employing people that are suited for all these processes that we are talking about here. And what can we do about that? We found out that the most important thing is the education. We have to educate not only customers about the product, but we have to educate the companies, the employees about the processes that they have to get involved in when we talk about circular economy. And they have to know the real benefits of implementing this circular economy strategy. That eventually they have to do it to stay competitive and continue operating on the market. Of course, big companies can help smaller companies in doing it, but we need to implement some new laws, some new strategies in European community, on the level of European community, but national level, regional and local level as well. Self-governments, that means regions and communities, they should be more directly involved in all these processes. They should help financially, they should create some financing schemes for companies that would like to get involved in these processes, and they should build some cooperation platforms where you can exchange the best practices in circular economy. In the first part of our project, we created a list of best practices from all 7 countries. And of course, we publish all these best practices, and we will do it in the future as well. And financial institutions should offer some grants and try, when they offer these grants and loans, they should try to sell educational packages along with this money that they deliver to the market, to the companies. And then more lobbying activities should be done by both business and institutions that create this business environment that we all a part of, toward changing the state regulations. It is very important that the states introduce some new packages, some new laws, and at the end of our project, we will introduce proposals of law changes on the national level, on regional level, and on local level. I can mention here that green tenders, we know about what it is and how it should operate, but really they don't exist in Poland yet. And it is very important to introduce these green tenders. And more possibilities should be created by innovation centers at the universities, at technological parks, technology institutes, providing free access to laboratories. That is very important, that SMEs can try their solutions, and all the centers, universities, and technological parks, they should assist SMEs in testing processes. We cooperate very closely with Agnieszka. She represents Kraków Technology Park, and we are, of course, interested in exchanging best practices, knowledge between our projects. And the main reason is that, of course, European Community and Interreg Central Europe is interested in that different projects which are financed by EU, in this case by Interreg Central Europe, cooperate with each other, that we exchange the knowledge, and we do that. And we are going to continue cooperation and especially dissemination of results of our projects between our communities. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope that you will enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ka, to presenting us your project. And it was really interesting to see that through your assessment, you can find the same obstacles as we find through our interviews with the companies and the policymakers. So we definitely have to help the policymakers to improve their policy instruments and help the companies in education and finding proper funding opportunities. Our last presenter in this session will be Emőke Takács from the European Research Institute. I know it would be a little bit challenging to be the last one right before the lunch, but I think it's really worth to hear Emőke's opinion. Thank you, Emőke.
So good afternoon, everybody. I am Emőke Takács with the unlucky role to keep you waiting 10 more minutes for the break, but presenting the role of circular public procurement, and it is quite a huge advantage for making a step towards circular transition. So what is public procurement? Anyone knows? I've heard it just the previous presentation. I've heard it from you, Susanna. Anyone? What is public procurement? What is it? What are we talking about when we talk about public procurement?
So I think you mentioned that the procurement of all goods from the governments, from the cities, from the communities, and so on. So that had to be in line with some regulations, and now it have to be in line with green regulations.
So basically all the public investments go through public procurement. So imagine if we green and make it more circular, then we can really make a huge step towards a circular economy and transition. And my presentation will be about presenting the Sea Breeze project, another Interreg Central Europe project with 10 partners from 7 countries. And it's basically a Central Europe green procurement and innovation networks for circular economy. So just mentioning what public procurement is, you can imagine that if we prepare the authorities, all the public institutions who have to go through all the procurement processes. And if we prepare all the organizations who will bid for these tenders, we can really make a huge step towards. And whenever we identified our problem, it was this. It has a huge potential. We really can make a change if we use, and we also see that there are huge differences. We just heard now that in Poland, it's very behind, or in Hungary. But whenever we look at Austria, we really can learn a lot. So such a Central European transnational cooperation can do something. So how we want to solve this issue, we'd like to prepare the public organizations and the private organizations, match them and reduce the barriers, just like the previous presenter said, and try to make a standard circle tenders more popular so we can make this change. So how we are doing it, we start with the work package 1 with governance, and we check from both sides, the demand and the supply side. We just made an assessment. We had very similar results, just like we heard in the previous presentations. And based on these assessment, we are just about finalizing our transnational strategy. And then we go to parallel education and pilots to make these transnational action plans, both for the public and the private sectors. We will test all these circular criteria we develop during the project in 4 sectors, and those are also matching with many of the presentations we heard today, this morning. Agri-food we heard, manufacturing is basically our topic now, construction and tourism. So I really believe that we could cooperate whenever we do all these pilots in these 7 countries and involve, in one hand, the municipalities, the public organizations, but also the SMEs, preparing all those bidders, because that's their future, as we heard from EIT as well. So after these transnational action plans, we will pilot all these circular green public procurements, and parallelly we will try to build their capacities, both the private organizations and the public organizations, through board games, trainings, webinars, seminars, and different toolkits. We heard many nice educational platforms today. We definitely will have a look what we can use over there. And then we will try to match both the demand and the supply side through peer-to-peer meetings and symposia events. So that's how the project is built up. And what we expect, that all these policies and practices will be improved, and we can make a big step accelerating this transition and reduce the barriers we heard about this morning many times, matching the demand and the supply, and mostly increase the capacities of the public sector and enhance the abilities, because that's what we're lacking at the SME sector and the bidding organizations, to be able to respond to these standards. So whenever I try to check what synergies we have all morning, I was amazed that all these inspirational projects have a lot in common. So we hope to be able to cooperate in the policy and the industry synergies for sustainable development, the manufacturing innovations you're planning, and to be able to do together through circular solutions and strategies. So that was my presentation. I hope I didn't keep you too long. I hope that you see the opportunity in procurement, how we can make a huge step, spending all those public money a little greener and more circular, And thank you for the opportunity for the organizers, and have a nice lunch break.
Thank you, Emőke. But as far as I know, we have one question.
Yes, we have one question. I would like to ask you, because being very practical, Emok, when you will be ready with some recommendation regarding green public procurement, because we are working on the strategy, and maybe it would be good if our voices join together and, you know, so yeah, when will you be ready? Because we are ready to
cooperate.
Yeah, to cooperate and put it under our also strategy to make your voice, our voice stronger.
So basically the strategy is now just about to be finalized. So in the end of March, we will be ready. We are working hard that based on the strategy, we will have the public sector and the private sector transnational action plans. We start the capacity building activities in the summer. That's our period 3. And so then on, we will start working on the criteria that will have to be tested in procurements, in real procurements. And we also have a Polish partner. So in Poland, we definitely should work together to have your organizations prepared and get ready for their capacities to be able to, in one hand, make it in the call for tenders, and also to be able to reply for all these criteria. So this matching is extremely important. So basically in the summer, the big implementation starts. I heard you saying that now the exciting part of the project starts, but what I feel that every period has its own challenge. It's always exciting, but truly the big step is whenever we will act. So these are the planning phases. In the summer, we start the actions. So we have many countries in common, like Hungary, Poland, and so on. So I really see that we have to have 200 public organizations for participating, and 300 SMEs or organizations who will offer their services. So we definitely have a big ground to cooperate with any of you. Any further questions? So thank you for your attention, and enjoy the lunch break, a bit of sun, because it's lovely weather here in Szombathely. Thank you.
Thank you, Emőke. Thank you. In this section, just to keep the time which we planned in the agenda, we only have one presentation, which is about circular economy and the end of waste criteria.
Okay, my name is Arno Dalmatinac, and I work as an expert associate at the Faculty of Geotechnical Engineering in Croatia. And today I will be talking about the end of waste criteria and what it means for circular economy. Okay, some of the things that we'll cover here are the waste management system in general in Croatia, because it's closely linked to the circular economy, the legislative framework in the European Union as well as in Croatia, the European waste catalogue, the criteria for certain types of waste at EU level, byproduct and end of waste status, results related to byproduct and end of waste status in the Republic of Croatia, and we'll draw a certain conclusion from this all. So to begin with, waste management system in the Republic of Croatia is actually a very complex process as well as everywhere. We'll start with the amount of waste that is generated yearly. So in the year 2023, 1.8 million tons of waste was generated. And of these 1.8 million tons, 46% was separately collected. This is a massive improvement compared to the past years. And on this graph, we can see that in 2010, almost 90% wasn't separately collected. Now, what does that even mean? Because people often mistake separate collection for recycling. People think, okay, I have a plastic bottle, I put it into the yellow bin, and that is recycled. That is not recycled. That's just been separately collected, and that waste then needs to be transported to the factory that will transport it into a certain product for other use, and that is called recycling. So what actually counts for the statistics of separate collection is what goes into the processing process or recycling process, not the separately collected waste. On the right side, we have the amount of waste that's been recycled over the years, and now in 2023 we have 36%. The goal set by the European Union is to have 65% of waste recycled by the year 2035. Now, this waste that gets recycled, municipal solid waste is also included in the statistics. And what I mean by that are the types of waste that get extracted from that stream. Further, special waste categories are also included, like waste batteries, electronics, and similar. Things that we have implemented recently are the landfill tax, and it is currently 30 euros per ton of waste that is landfilled. And the idea is that we'll be increasing 10 euros per year for the next 4 years. And that should actually move the companies and municipalities towards the idea of processing the waste, not burying it, not burying the resource. Further, we have a tax on non-recycled plastics that have been put on the market, and that is 800 euros per ton. Now, this is a map showing the recycling rate in Croatia, and we can see that the highest number is at the north, and the worst situation is at the coast. Now, here on this graph, we can actually see the amount of waste per capita, and the mean number is 474. On this picture, you can see some spikes. Those spikes are in the municipalities that are at the sea that have a high tourism rate, because some of these towns can have up to double inhabitants, temporary inhabitants during the summer times, and this is the direct correlation with the amount of waste that is generated. Okay, now let's go over some definitions here. Waste is generally any substance or object that the holder discards or must discard. From that definition, we can actually see that everything we use today, for example, this or this laptop or device, it will all become waste at one point. What is important is that we process that waste in a way that does not endanger the environment. Second definition is recycling, which means any recovery operation by which waste materials are processed into products for the same or for some other purpose. And on the right side, we have a little flow chart. We have certain waste, and it undergoes the recycling process, and it can then be turned either into material or substance. The difference is that substance is homogeneous, while the material is heterogenic. So it's usually substance that has been altered for certain use, so it has special properties. And at the end, we use both for creating of certain product. Now, some of the problems we have with waste, as is usually the problem of transport and cross-border traffic. For example, we have a car that is crushed in order to get the resources. But in that car, we have plastics, we have glass, we have metal, we have everything. And that, as such, we load it into a trailer and try to ship it over the border. That leads us to the second problem, the problem of education of the competent authorities. So we have a person at the border who will see that truck and see, okay, that is metal, that is material. Meanwhile, that is not only metal, that is everything, and that is actually waste. And that way it is open actually to manipulation. The third thing, we have a problem of educating users of waste products. So we have certain waste and we turn it into, we want to turn it into a material for further use. It has to have defined properties. It cannot be anything. And users that are going to use it in their process need to be educated about what they need in their process. We have the classic problem of environmental impact and health and safety problems. And the last problem, which has been a more recent problem, is the problem of achieving goals of the European Union. And the only way we are going to achieve these goals in such a system is if we introduce the end of waste system. Now, what is actually the end of waste system? We'll go through two more definitions. So end of waste status is when it is possible if the waste has undergone a recovery procedure. What that means? We have waste. That waste needs to undergo a recovery procedure, and if it meets all the requirements for it to be called a material or substance, its waste status can be revoked or ended. The byproduct, there is a little difference. Byproduct is actually produced through the production process in a certain production company as a secondary product. And as such, it doesn't need to be recovered or further processed. It can be used as a material or as a material in some other process. Here on the right side, we have a graph. So we have a certain manufacturer that produces a certain product. And we always have, with the product, we always have some waste, something we often don't know what to do with. Now, if that waste fulfills requirement from the Article 5 of the Waste Directive from 2008, it can be defined as a byproduct. So this orange box is byproduct. I forgot to translate. But if it does not fulfill these requirements, it is then defined as waste. We'll go through these requirements at a later point. So if it is waste, then it needs to be sent to the recycling process. And once it enters the recycling process and finishes the recycling process, it is still waste, but it has different key number because every type of waste is associated with a certain key number, the main category is going from 1 to 20. And this is the category 19. So waste coming out of the waste treatment processes, plants, etc. Now, that waste with the key number of 19 needs to fulfill further requirements from the Article 6. And if it does fulfill them, we can say, okay, that is no longer waste, that is now a product. But if it still doesn't fulfill these requirements, it is still waste and needs to be disposed in according way. So here are some key differences. So byproduct, no further recovery procedures are needed. For example, we were in a wood production company this morning. And for example, they produce wooden planks. In order to get them, they need to cut wooden logs. Okay, in that process, we get wooden pieces that cannot be really used as a production material for planks. But it's not yet waste. It will be waste the moment we declare it as waste when we don't know what to do with it. We can still use that in the same production process for something else. So no further recovery procedures. We can turn it into some decorational wooden pieces for example, for a garden. That leads us to the second point. The substance or object can be used directly without the further modification. Third point, a substance or object is created as an integral part of the production process. So we have a production process. The result is the wooden plank, and this is being created as part of that process. And the last one, the further use of the substance is in accordance with the regulations. That's the classic stuff. Now, for the end of waste status, recovery procedures are a must. We have a product, but we cannot declare it as a material yet. So a substance or object is commonly used for specific purpose. That's the first requirement. The second requirement, there is a market or demand for such a thing. So if we have a certain object that we want to lift the waste status from, there must be a market for it. If there is no market, we cannot sell it, and thus we have waste. We have to dispose of it. We cannot use it in other ways. So that is definitely a big thing. The substance or object meets the technical requirements for specific purposes and satisfies the existing regulations and standards. Okay, if we want to make a certain product, the input must fulfill certain requirements for that production. And the last one, of course, the use of the substance or article will not lead to overall adverse effects on the environment. That's the basic of it all. Now, the Union legislative framework from 2018, we had an amendment of the waste directive, and the idea was to simplify the whole process, because up to then a lot of things weren't really put into place as they should have been for the real sector. So simplification was the main thing. Definition of waste to which the end of waste can't be applied, because, for example, we have mixed solid waste, and we cannot just say that's not waste. That's just not true. But for some things like scrap metal, we can. Processing techniques were defined for certain types of waste. Requirements for the waste management system were appropriate, and adoption of criteria at the level of the member state. The individual approach point is actually about certain waste that wasn't included in the list up till then. And the idea is that that list cannot be predefined and that's it. There needs to be an option to add further types of waste, because waste is it's made of different materials. Here is a direct example of one of the amendments. For example, electronic waste. Electronic waste in itself is a mix of different materials. For example, we have a screen, we have in that screen plastic, we have glass, we have metals, we have electronic components, batteries, etc., everything. Now, the weight of that waste is considered an input into a certain recycling facility. And that waste needs to be sorted per these components. And then, only then, waste status can be lifted from these individual components, not from everything. Not from the screen or phone or generally waste entering, but from specific components these objects are made of. And this is one example how it's done with the electronic waste. I will be showing some more examples for other types of waste. Okay, European Waste Catalog, I've talked about this, so maybe this slide should have been before, but generally it was introduced in 2000s, and it specified types of waste generated by specific activities. As I said, there are 20 categories, and 19 is the focus here, because category 19 is waste that's a product of waste processing plants, like wastewater treatment plants, composting plants, and similar. The little flow chart on the right actually shows the waste entering. We have a certain recovery process, and then we have output. For example, drywall. Drywall, or knauf, or how it's called, there are many ways. It consists of gypsum and cardboard, but we cannot lift the waste status from the drywall itself, like an object. We have to separate it into these components, and then, if the criteria are met, we can lift the status from either cardboard or gypsum, or any additional components that are in there. Maybe all of them if the criteria are met. Okay, what I said about some specific types, we have certain types of scrap metal, and we have certain requirements that need to be met in order for waste status to be lifted. Same goes for aluminum, iron, and steel, and these are universal in the European Union. Same as crushed glass and copper. Okay, now we have some criteria for certain types of waste at the union level. So the common requirements, the recoverer issues a declaration of conformity, that waste is actually what is going to enter the process, that everything is in order with that. We need to define the types of waste that go into that process, specifically by type. We have to define the quality of waste yes, because it's different if we have very contaminated waste or if we have 90% clean waste. We have defined the technologies and criteria for the processing, the devices that we will use, and how the whole operation will work, and the quality criteria for waste leaving the process for the product. Okay, this is just some legislative framework in Croatia. We have Waste Management Act from 2021 that further defines it. We have ordinance on the end of waste status from 2023. We have ordinance on waste management from 2022, where byproduct was further defined. Now here we have again a flowchart of how this system works. for byproduct or for end of waste. So if we want to categorize certain materials, waste materials, as byproduct, it needs to meet certain criteria. If it meets the criteria, the request is sent to the county for it to be approved. If the county approves that request, the byproduct issue is ruled out, it is written in the registry, and a yearly report must be made about that specific waste type. With the end of waste, the procedure is pretty much identical, except the request is not sent to the county, it is sent to the ministry. The rest is the same. And now we get to another long table, byproduct criteria and how they are verified. So we cannot just say we have a certain waste and I will use it for that, and that is no longer waste. So we have to have a business relationship between the holder of the substance, for example, my company, and the user of the byproduct, some other company which will buy it. How is that fulfilled? There needs to be a contract or another document regulating this relationship. Further, we have to have the intended use of the byproduct, and that is for the case we want to use the byproduct in our own production process. Further, possibility of using a substance or object without the further processing, we have to have a description of the technological process we will use for processing of the material. For a substance or object is produced as an integral part of the manufacturer's production process, so it cannot be a completely different process. It needs to be a part of the original process for it to be a byproduct. And the last, the use of the substance or object will not lead to overall harmful effects. Reports and analyses need to be done in order to prove that actually is safe for the environment, the use of that material. For example, we are using some materials with heavy metals, and we need to make an analysis of that product before we can use it for something that's, for example, food related, because that would have catastrophic consequences. Now this is that was for the byproduct, this is for the end of waste. So the waste is recycled or appropriately recovered. Without recycling or recovery, there is no end of waste procedure. And to prove it, we need a waste management permit, which shows the entry of a specific key number, that's what I said, 1 to 20, into the recovery technological process. So it's not 19, because 19 is actually the output. The substance or object is used for a specific purpose, and there is a market or demand for it. That's what I said earlier. If there is no market or demand for something, it cannot be sold, and thus it cannot be used as a product. Okay, the same thing we already said, that the substance, it will not lead to adverse effects for the environment. Quality management system in the recovery process, it needs to be a part of the ISO 9001 norm. And we have, that was general criteria, and we have specific criteria that actually is regarding to specific types of waste. For example, waste oil fuels, solid biofuel, recycled aggregate, plastic granulate, etc. The problem before, with the last edition of this red part, specific end of waste criterion for the production of substances and objects not covered by the previous. So in the past, we had a problem where not everything was defined. We had actually everything was defined. We had a list of products from which of waste from which the waste status could be removed, but not everything. For example, styrofoam couldn't. Styrofoam just wasn't on the list. And then someone had a production company, they produced styrofoam, and they wanted to reuse that waste, styrofoam waste, for some other. For example, to make those big chairs, bag chairs, and they couldn't. So that was later fixed, and additional waste can be added, can be used in the process. And here are the results. So in 2023, 74 companies were registered in the register of the end of waste, and the goal is to have 106 companies by the year 2024. So we're getting there. Also in the year 2023, 60 new companies have joined with 17 product types. And in the 2023, almost 900,000 tons of waste entered the process. And of that, 66% was construction waste, which has actually pretty much the largest mass. So it has the biggest impact on the statistics. Product quantity, it was 65,000 tons or less. So it wasn't that much compared to the input, but it's still an amount. Compared to 2022, that's an increase of 45% due to European Union projects for acquiring crushers for bulky waste, because that's the only way it can be processed effectively. These are the categories, some examples of the categories that have entered the process and the outputs. Like we have bio waste and other wood waste and other bio waste, and the output was solid fuel. We have construction waste, and the output was a recycled aggregate, which could be used in road construction and such. We have metal waste. The output was metal raw material, which could be used in other processes. Plastic waste was turned into polymer resource for other types of production or to even make some other materials. Glass was turned into glass granulate that could also be used in construction. So these are just some of the examples of what can be done. Now, the left graph shows the amount that have entered the process, that have applied for the end of waste status removal, and the right shows the amount of material that has left the recycling process. Here, this graph shows the amount of different categories over the years. For example, the first bar is the construction waste, and the blue part, the top part, is 2023. The purple part is 2022, green part being 2021. So from this graph, we can see that there is an increase in end of waste status removal. Not only for the construction waste, but for the bio waste. For example, the second one is bio waste for aerobic processing. The second one is for anaerobic processing, and etc. So the process is working. And here we have results for the byproducts. So in 2023, we had 235 companies registered in the registry of the byproducts, and the goal is to have 183 companies by 2024, so we achieved that. In 2023, we got 26 new companies that have registered for 35 products, and we had 191 reports, because every company needs to file a report at the end of the year about the use of the product. So some kind of conclusion of all of this. Meeting the objective of the circular economy would actually be impossible without the end of waste status removal, that mechanism. And in the Republic of Croatia, it's been 9 years since the whole system, byproduct and everything has been introduced, and it's showing good success. And it's going even better and better. Yes. Okay, the last point is, not the last. The recommendation is maximum simplification while ensuring the protection of the environment. So generally, if we want to do something regarding waste, there sometimes is a tendency to overcomplicate things. Things shouldn't be overcomplicated. Things should be made in such a way that all the requirements are met and that the waste can be conserved. And at the end of the day, the byproduct and then the waste system must be in service of the economy and must be continuously adapted. So the economy is the backbone of every nation, of every country, and it cannot be going against it. But at the same time, it also needs to be in favor of preserving the environment. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arno. Thank you for the presentation. Now I would like to jump to our next key segment, which will be the panel discussions. But at first, we have a keynote presentation from Maria. And then after that, we have 3 interesting panel in the 3 topic, supporting strategies for circular transformation, new technologies and circular solutions. And the third one is the importance of education and awareness raising. I give you the floor, Maria. Just use this one.
Thank you. All right. Okay, good. All right. Okay, so I hope you had valuable time networking, and it's quite insightful to hear differences when you talk with people from different countries and you realize differences you see, you can compare, you can learn something new. And I wanted to say that I hope that I will get momentum from morning going this afternoon, but when I'm looking at you, I will just say, brace yourselves. So yeah, so let me be really fast. Firstly, I wanted to just give you a few high-level chunks of information. European Commission is gearing up to finance structural realignment when it comes to Europe's economy. The shift is towards more strategic autonomy, ensuring that Europe is no longer that much dependent on external energy supply chains for energy, for critical materials, for technology, infrastructure, and, for example, carbon capture or industrial waste valorization can keep legacy industries afloat, while, for example, circular principles, they can become mainstream investment areas when we look at secondary material markets or industrial symbiosis. However, we also need ESG reporting simplification because without SMEs on board, the shift might stall. As you look at the EU's displayed financing areas for upcoming years, you can consider them as some baseline opportunities, some starting points for your next future proposals. You can ask yourself, you can make a checklist, whether your future proposals are focused on, let's say, decarbonized growth or future-ready workforce, and if so, you're on a good track. But when it comes to any type of transition, be it either green or digital or industrial, we need components, right components to make it run smoothly. And today, we want to focus on 3 main gears, and those are strategies, policies, technologies, infrastructure, and skills. Policies, because we need to think things through, and we need to break this down. And when we have some complex issues and complex topics like digital and green transformation, it requires many actors and their contributions. We also need technologies. They're the most visible component of transitions, and also we need the capital investments for those. But even though if we would have good technologies and also good policies or strategies, without skilled workforce, the shift might stall. So that's also important. And we've seen this within our Smart Circuit project. We've seen it, and we try to step in, facilitate discussions with policymakers, with SMEs, and we try to build actual alignment between business objectives and also priority areas. And there have been few things that we learned alongside. If I mention just a few, for example, we have analyzed and realized that policymakers are focused on circular economy, but sometimes it stays a secondary concern. So there is untapped potential, synergies unseen between this topic and, for example, energy security. Also, policymakers don't always discuss with other innovation or industry actors within regions, let's say. Around 30% of them, only 30% of them actually do, based on our research insights. And that makes it hard for their strategies or policies to be actually future-proof and to reflect on business needs. So that's also important insight. And as it was already outlined, there is commitment from policymakers, but there's also lack of personal capacities, sometimes lack of other capacities. And there are needs that businesses have, SMEs have, there are needs that policymakers have. They need better roadmaps, better financing, ability to experiment, find out what is best solution, because not every SME is going to have the same experience with digital projects, and for some of them it might yield profits, for some of them it might not. So yeah, that is what we realized. And if I had to sum up how we try to approach our collaboration with policymakers, SMEs, and innovation hubs or innovation agencies, in one picture, this would be it. So we try to see where we can connect and where innovation hubs that brought digitalization into our regions, how they can also help with circular transition, with green transition, and how they can support SMEs and policymakers. So that's it in a nutshell. And now I would like to introduce Simona Vernon from Tekos, who is going to lead us through first conversation on policies and strategies. So Simona, the floor is yours. And just one information, you can ask questions, because I realized there have been not many questions, but we have more time, so we can use that time.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Before we go into the panel, I would like to invite my panelists. So first, Mr. Francesco Visari, please join me. Mrs. Natalia Posch, of course. And last but not least, Mr. Jerzy Kopec, who is joining us online. Do you hear us? Mr. Kopec, are you with us? See you. Okay, well, we will start and hopefully Mr. Kopec will be with us. So if we want to go back to the previous slide, I hope I can make this work. Yes, okay. So we've seen this big slide. You can see it here, if it's easier. Natalia, I will start with you. Please introduce yourself briefly, and then we will go with the questions. And then you, Mr. Visari.
Hi, I'm Natalia Posch. I'm from Slovenia, Ministry of Cohesion and Regional Development, from sector for smart specialization. And the circular economy is one of my priority areas that I work on. So.
Okay, and Mr. Visari, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Francesco Vizzarri from Slovakia, since I am Italian, but okay, to be sure, I'm Italian, but I work permanently in Slovakia. I moved in Slovakia, so I belong to the National Agriculture and Food Center. My background is I'm an animal scientist in animal nutrition in particular. My commitment in the bioeconomy and the circular economy is the reuse of agro waste or byproducts in animal nutrition. And very glad to be here, and thanks for the invitation from the Turkey University.
Okay.
Excuse me, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Welcome.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, of course. My name is Jerzy Kopec. I'm Deputy Director of Corporate Governance and Economy Department in Marshal Office of Małopolska region. At the same time, I am a member of the Board of Management of Vanguard Initiative with a headquarters in Brussels. So generally speaking, I am responsible for the intelligence specialization in the region. And among them, of course, for the circular economy, and generally speaking, with the different, let's say, platform of development of the intelligent specialization. I hope that it is possible for my colleague, Mr. Rafał Poniewski, who is a deputy director of the Department of the Regional Development, to it is possible for him to connect, because he's one of the author of the circular economy in the Małopolska region. Rafał, can you hear me? I don't know, but of course, it's very nice to be with you and to participate in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have some technical difficulties. You see, I'm not a smart person, but I will start with the first question. As you see, we have a very interesting panel. So we're going from the national authority to regional authority and then to the real sector. So I think this discussion will be very interesting. But I will start with you, Natalia. How do you see the role of circular transition in connection with digital solutions in the Slovenian Smart Specialization Strategy?
So Slovenian Smart Specialization Strategy is like a key framework for guiding the country's innovation and economic development policies. So in this program area, period of 2001 to 2007, we upgraded the smart specialization strategy on the goal is green transition, which is understood as innovative, low carbon, digital and knowledge-based strategy for economic development. We have 10 priorities areas, and circular economy and digital are main priority areas and horizontal. And this is how we reflect the Slovenian commitment to this sustainable and resource efficiency growth. Yeah.
Okay, and I have a quick follow-up question. As one of the main focuses of Smart Circuit is also digital innovation hubs. Yeah. Where is the role of digital innovation hubs in Slovenia, and if you know broader, regarding circular transition and supporting circular transition in SMEs and of course in academia and research?
Yeah, I think we have them. We know of them. They are very good in some areas. I think that we have some maybe missed opportunities to connect them with SMEs or maybe also with research institutes. So I think this is some area that we have to improve it. So we have a good in agriculture, food. It's for the connection and digitalization of sustainable food. Also on the digital, but I think we can do more on this connection with them.
Okay, thank you. What about you, Mr. Kopec? How does Malopolska region address circular transition? Maybe some connections you could see with the smart solutions, and if you could maybe give your insight or your information on the role of digital innovation hubs in Malopolska.
Okay, so as you probably know, Małopolska, together with the Silesia, is one of the most polluted region in Europe. So that's why the circular economy is one of the main direction of the region development of the policy. And of course, it was reflected in our document strategy Małopolska 2030. Generally speaking, this program is to support the region in the transition from the linear economy model to the circular model. And maybe I will start from one of the main assumptions that the fundamental thing is a raise of awareness of the principles of the circular economy among the region's residents and the visitors. And simply speaking, created initiatives to take action to implement circular economy and disseminate good practices. Yeah. So this is a number one in my understanding. And the main objective of this document is we persist circular economy as a new approach to sustainable social economic development of the region, contributing the improvement of the condition and the functionality of the natural environment, which I also already mentioned. A specific goal is shaping circular attitudes and behaviors among Małopolska residents and transforming the region economy towards circular economy with a particular emphasis of eco-design, sustainable spatial development of the region in line with the principles of the circularity. But to be much more precise, to answer your question, yeah, what kind of the condition with the digitalization and with the other intelligent specialization we can identify? Because it's clear that this different kind of the intelligent platforms should cooperate each other. Yeah, circular economy is a very complex things, and it reflected the different branch and sectors of industry. So we are now very strongly engaged in the preparation of the, let's say, project of the management of intelligent specialization in Małopolska region. Yeah? And in this project, we would like to strictly cooperate with the different actors, with the different shareholders of the, let's say, very wide system. I mean, first of all, of course, the business, industry, small, medium companies, big corporation, but as well the world of the academia, of the university, network science, and as well, of course, local government. So this is a very interesting project, and okay, we could enter much more the deep inside of this assumption. I could answer your question, but generally speaking, this is let's say, the main message for you as regards our view, our understanding of this problem.
Okay, thank you. And now to you, Mr. Vizari. How do you see smart specialization or strategies, regional national strategies, affecting your work, your specialization, their impact and the connection with the real sector?
In one word, I would say fundamental. In one word, it's just because all those kind of regional or national strategy can provide important means to engage all stakeholders included in our sector, in livestock sector, but of course this can be also a general vision, a general discussion. Can give the opportunity of coordination and to human and also financial resources. Can, of course, enhance the understanding and the sharing of responsibility. This is a very, in my opinion, this is a very important term, the sharing of responsibility between all the actors included in this very complex process. So it can be the opportunity, can give us the opportunity to build up very constructive and positive engagement in our sector. Of course, going down to our sector, giving the possibility to create a realistic and concrete relation between the scientists from one side, farmers, vendors and other stakeholders involved, public authorities, local authorities, and also, of course, national authorities. And when we have those kind of very important model, of course, we can also export those kind of functional or very useful model. So.
Okay, and a follow-up question. Do you have any experiences and cooperation with digital innovation hubs in your field? If you do, could you give me some good examples or maybe some rooms for improvement? Okay. Or how do you see their role? in
Yeah,
supporting?
the digitalization in especially in the livestock sector is fundamental, absolutely important. In Slovakia, we haven't an hub for the digitalization, but we have many activities ongoing on this, not under an umbrella of hub in this case. Also, our institute has been engaged in the last 3 years with some Sweden colleagues for the development of some practical tool for the digitalization of cow farms, for example. So since the grade of digitalization wasn't so high in Slovakia, so this was a very great opportunity to involve till now limited numbers of farms, but anyway giving some very concrete tool to the farmer for the collection of data and of course the managing of the data for the higher productivity of their farm. So.
Okay, thank you. Now, after this first round of questions, I will open the floor if there's any comments or questions from the public, online or here in person. I guess not. Good. So let's go then to the second part. And I will start with you, Mr. Vizzari, this time, to mix it up. What do you see, what are the needs of research institutes, universities, SMEs? What kind of support do you need? We're basically checking on that nice little picture that is made. Yeah.
Okay. The system in toto, we can say that needs a very strong supporter by the policymaker. So I would say that all actors can give their contribution in of course, from the science side, we can say the experimentation, collection of valid data, valid science, and then dissemination of those data to the farm level, of course. From the other side, farmers needs to be strongly supported by the policymaker, by the local, regional, and of course European authorities, because they need many investment. Our colleague Andrea, if I well remember, mentioned from the IT manufacturing, mentioned that we need to invest money, we need to invest euros. So this kind of strong investment are strongly required. Of course, we have a big panorama in Europe regarding the Horizon umbrella, and so many opportunities are there. I can say that, and actually I would like to touch this topic, because it doesn't exist only Horizon umbrella, of course. Especially there are also many others coal opportunities like Eurostar, Eureka, of course Interreg, and some of them are experiencing a cut off of funds. And this is very important to underline that we are not expecting this kind of reaction from the policymaker. I say from the science side, but of course also from the farmer side. So a strong support on this. And another aspect is I'm not economist, I would use negotiation or rediscussion, that maybe it's more to my such, I am not economist, but okay, rediscussion of national conditions. Because sometimes the conditions are very limiting for the participation. So this is what we need, absolutely.
Okay, and now to you, Mr. Kopec. What are the needs of the policymakers in developing mechanisms for circular and digital transition? And a follow-up question is also, what kind of mechanisms or instruments for SMEs or research institutes do you foresee in the near future, or you are implementing currently?
Okay, so coming from the second question, yeah, we have a different, in our circular economy program, we have some kind of the activities, or let's say task, from the financial point of view, point of view, what kind of the institution implement this kind of, let's say, task or help, yeah, we can divide it into three groups. One of them is the one implemented by the regional government. Another one is a dependent, implemented by the identities independent of the regional government, to which the region may provide support, among others, through the competition of the grants using various sources of financing, and simply speaking, recommendation, example of the good practices for the external identities. Generally speaking, our circular economy program will be implemented using the regional governments or funds, district and municipal governments. Also external financing, including European Union funds from the European Funds Program from the Małopolska, the European Funds, State Budget and Enterprises. Own funds, beneficiaries of contribution to be implemented projects. So these are description from the financial point of view. But okay, these funds we would like to direct for the following, let's say, goals, aims, such as improving energy efficiency. For our point of view, is a crucial, very important element of the economy as a general. We would like to create special places where you can dispose the problematic waste, such as the bulky waste, electronic equipment, hazardous waste, or eco-design, and the organization, the local waste reuse market on the principle of the my waste is your production material. So the basic tool for the measuring of the degree of implementation of these goals project will be some substantive monitoring, the conducted processes, focusing on the key indicators, will allow for the assessment for the effectiveness and potential of the implemented project included in the circular economy program. But okay, I would like to repeat it once again. We should to start from the level of awareness. And here in Małopolska, among the different topics, we would like to concentrate on the, let's say, sustainable energy and then the industry, because the pollution is a very crucial problem in our region. That's why it's a kind of the need from the local society to improve the situation in this sector. That's why this is a, let's say, idea of creation a kind of the let's say excellent knowledge center or hub. I mean hydrogen hub, or maybe composite materials hub, just to improve the situation and put ahead of this different let's say ideas and projects. And as a tool of this for this action, we would like to use this project of the intelligent specialization pillars. So this is a number one of our ideas, but of course among other 7 intelligent specialization Małopolska, there are numbers of the different initiatives focus on the improvement of the situation in the nature, in the our ecological environment. So I know that this is a maybe very general answer, but this is what I mean. Yeah, in this field.
Okay, thank you. Natalia, now to you. How do we, I have to say we, in Slovenia, tackle the needs of policymakers in preparation of strategies that will actually reflect the needs of companies, of research institutes, and where do you think we're doing good, and where do you think we could do better?
I think the Slovenia policymakers understand this process of listening to the community or other stakeholders, because like in our entrepreneurial discovery process that we are, the key mechanism for us, smart specialization, we are collaborating with all the stakeholders, NGOs, research institutes, businesses, states, regional, so that the process is bottom up, so that we listen to them, that we put these ideas, or maybe that we see the path that innovation of development of this, the region or the field or area priority is heading, and that we try to implement it in the strategies. And also we have SRIPs, we have clusters. We have clusters that are connected, or they're connecting, or are made of, built of different sectors. Like we have SRIP for circular economy that have 57 business companies, they have 17 NGOs, they have 18 universities or research institutes, and we can build something on that. We are now, I think Slovenia is massively funding the circular transition, green transition. We have in this period 3.2 billion euros for various sectors, but 25% of all this money goes to the green transition. So, and these are just smart specialization areas. So we are building center for circular economy. We now, I think in February, we approved 3.5 million euros for the Center for Circular Economy, where all the stakeholders can be or organized or make activities to innovate this process or system. So I think we have this ability, maybe because we are small, but on the other hand, we have too many of everything. This is my point of view, because we get these applications from project businesses, and we are funding everything, and maybe some of them do not. Yeah, because it's a lot of money, but we are not focusing on maybe some priority that, or maybe some bigger things, or that we combined in, or maybe we prioritize. Okay, we are gonna fund, I don't know, just solar panels or something like that. But we are, every small household business, we fund, and we lose money, and maybe a lot of projects that we are funding, the product doesn't come to the market, and a lot of things stays in, I don't know, somebody's drawer or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I will give you a quick follow-up question, but try to make it in one sentence, because we have just a few minutes left. So do you think what was earlier presented in the new priorities or focusing of European policies, how will that impact the 10 SRIPs that we have, or 10 priority areas? Will Slovenia, or in even other countries, will they have to adjust significantly the prioritization, the focuses, and the instruments?
I think yes, in Slovenia, yes, because we can fund everything. We have 10 priorities areas, and I think the Europe is showing us the way with also this STEP initiative, where they will fund it. So Slovenia allocated 100 million euros also for the STEP initiatives for the just digital and clean and biotech. So I think this is the way that we are going, and we should adapt on that and just find where we are good at, and that we can make significant changes on that areas that we are focused on.
Okay. So we have just a few minutes, but I have one more question. And I will start with you, Mr. Kopec, this time, if that's okay. So the question is, how does Malopolska region C, interregional, international collaboration, the impact on the region or the benefits, room for improvement. And the second question is, how do you see the importance of quadruple helix stakeholders participating in development of strategies and instruments?
Okay, right. The answer is simple. This is a rhetoric question. It's absolutely crucial things to cooperate interregionally and internationally. So it's clearly evident that Małopolska cooperate very strongly as a member of the Vanguard Initiative, and also as a member of the Hydrogen Alliance of Europe, and also there are many different organizations, such as, for example, Nereus, this space technology association. So there is no doubt that we should to cooperate, yeah, with our neighbors, with our very well developed country. It's a very important that we have to, let's say, take good patterns from them, the good practices, and okay, we should cooperate together. A good example of this kind of cooperation is a methodology that is used in the Vanguard Initiative. Yeah, it's absolutely, this is a condition sine qua non to when we organize the kind of let's say consortium or project that this kind of project requires minimum 3 region from the Europe. Yeah. In Vanguard Initiative, there are almost 40 regions for Europe. So the good example is, for example, the project connected, devoted to the hydrogen, so-called hydrogen camp. Yeah, it's executed by, implemented by the Małopolska, by Slovenia and Lombardia. And the principal goal of this project is to, let's say, improving general networking, of course, but improving the level of education, exchanging knowledge from the different academia, different companies, different clusters, the different research centers, in order to work out the kind of the new solutions. And to tell you the truth, it's a very perspective way of the cooperation, especially in the fields of energy, and exactly in the fields of the composite materials. We very strongly cooperate with the Saxony in Germany, but also with the region in the Scotland, in the France and Spain. There are many very important events dedicated to this kind of cooperation. Among them is the Hydrogen Week in the Brussels, very important events, but not only. The cooperation on the regional level looks like organization of a special kind of the working group. In Małopolska, we have a hydrogen working group. In this group, there are almost 100 members, and the ambition of this group is creation of the different kind of consortia in order to get the funds to finance different projects. So of course there is also the cooperation with the Ukrainian clusters in the fields of the composite materials. As you know, this is a very important things in the defense sector. So in the nutshell, yeah, because it's a very wide subject, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're short on time, so, but thank you very much. Natalia, as you already expressed, how Slovenia is approaching the quadruple helix cooperation. We will skip that. But please tell me in 2 sentences, how do you see the importance of interregional international collaboration? And then you have 1 more sentence to wrap up your final words.
Okay. I think as Europe, we need this interregional collaboration because we need these best practices from all over countries to show us where we can go to collaborate, because in Slovenia we're too small to do it all, but we can be good in some parts and somebody could help us. And I think the SRIPs are, in our case, this link that we can collaborate domestically and also that we can connect inter-regional with value chains. So it is very important that, and what was the, my wrap up. I think that every part of the every stakeholder is important for to shape the strategy of the circular economy, and that we bring it to higher step and make it something that we all follow. And I think every stakeholder plays crucial part in this.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Vizzari, same to you. You have 3 sentences.
Perfect. Okay. So this kind of triple approach, it's absolutely crucial for the development of something in concrete. I can just mention a couple of examples that we are developing in Slovakia. So we launched. I'm coordinator member of the Bioeconomy Hub. So we launched 2 months ago in the framework of the Boost for BioEast project. That is a very great example of how to develop, for example, a roadmap of biomass that in Slovakia was missing. I would like to mention the Living Labs as a very good tool for this kind of approach, and Slovakia is very active in the agroecology European partnership, for example. And regarding, I completely agree what Natalia told. I would just add maybe that all stakeholders needs to get married with the responsibilities. So when they get married with the responsibility, they know that they are a very active parts of all the chain. So the contribution will be effective, will be concrete, and will be.
Okay. Mr. Kopec, do you have a final sentence on your takeouts?
Okay, so one of my remarks is that it must be a strict cooperation between the, let's say, these 4 pillars. Okay, academia, business, science network, and local central government is crucial. Yeah, as my colleague from Slovakia mentioned. Also, absolutely, we have to cooperate between the region, between the different countries, in order to get results and to get best practices and simply exchange our experiences. So this is one of the conditions of our success. So just to summarize, just to draw some kind of conclusion from our discussion from my side.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if we have any time for any questions from the public, or we should just say thank you and bye-bye. Thank you and bye-bye. Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks to our first panel and moderator for such a diverse discussion. All right, so we had also talks with SMEs and interviews and events and so on, and we also learned alongside new things about them. For example, that even though there are SMEs that have circular strategies in place, they do not always track their data that efficiently, and that impacts how they can track their rentability, and that impacts how they can secure the funding. So that is something that is problematic, but of course, with SMEs, as it was already mentioned here, they do not always have this sustainability department, they don't always have personal capacities and so on. So that is one problem that SMEs face. Also, supply chain bottlenecks, still a major problem. Around 50% of companies do not have access to circular or sustainable suppliers. So collaboration at work or lack thereof slows down this adoption for digitalization or green transformation. And so sad we can't see that infographic, but I would just tell you we had analysis and we looked at high priority problems. I mean, I don't know, lack of qualified skill force. There was problem with quality, with supply chain, some optimization and stuff like that. And we also looked at technologies, at what digital transformation can provide. And we tried to do pilots with companies because we were like, all right, SMEs do not have their personal capacities. We can try to find funding, and digital innovation hubs, for example, can help with providing these external expertise and also infrastructure for their projects. So great. So yeah, we are currently in the phase of implementing those pilots in our countries. And for example, we are implementing digital construction tools or some tools for carbon accounting or energy optimization or doing ESG audit for companies. So we are trying to help bridge the gap and bring something to companies that can help increase their digitalization and also cover the environmental aspect. So to not only create savings, but also create more profits, hopefully. But the idea is that SMEs need more of experimentation to de-risk their approach to digitalization and green transition. And yeah, it's not only about technologies, but also about education and skills, because without skills, any transition might fail. And that's why, especially in case of circular transition, green transition, we need also process engineers, system thinkers, economists, well, more people to contribute to this transition and to this change. And as we were saying, SMEs do not always have personal capacities. They do not always have that much skilled workforce. And that is why we also developed, during our Smart Circuit project, we also developed Circular Innovation Academy. And within this academy, we tried to cover the aspects typical for, as it was already mentioned, for the industries that create the most waste worldwide. So construction, electronics, textiles. And we wanted to bring and provide mainly digital hardcore and green hardcore skills for managers, for SEOs, for workers. But we also understand that the change is larger, and it's not only about these digital skills and green skills that are hardcore skills, but it's also about soft skills, problem solving, about system thinking, and also it's about innovation management and change, or should I say challenge management. So yeah, that is also something that we realize that is important, and it is also critical for navigating this green transformation. So yeah, that would bring me to the end, and I would introduce our next panelists, Christine Noy from Microtech Südwest, and also Bratu Oswald from Profactor. But in between, I'll just say my goodbye to all of you. I want to thanks to all of our partners, to all of our audience, speakers, moderators, and everybody who was participating on this. Thank you for your energy. And I hope that you will have some opportunities for further networking during our social dinner. I hope that I will see you there, and that's all from me. Enjoy.
So we have to improvise a little bit. As you see in the program, we started to plan 2 different panels. Now we've merged it. Of course, two moderators in one panel is a little bit of a challenge. Thanks, Maria, for your introduction. I think you've learned a lot of smart circuit during the day. And in the project name Smart Circuit, you hear smart and circuit, and it's about digital innovation hubs. So we talk a lot about innovation and technologies, and that will be mainly my part in the moderation later on. And Maria showed also that we have some focus topics, electronics and ICT, textile and construction, and we've heard a lot of it also during the morning. So I hope we can address that also. And another point that was addressed several times was best practice and success stories. And we hope to show some good practices and examples there in our panel. So what we like to discuss briefly is how education can facilitate circular adoption and based on new technologies. That's our topic.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, Christine. And this has been said, I have the honor to introduce you to our first speaker, which had a very long journey. He's coming from the Austrian region of good wine, from Forschung Burgenland, Mr. Thomas Kremsner.
Yeah, and I have to introduce one who has also a very long way to here. He is from Szombathely, Ferenc Dolnar, please, from AM Lab. Welcome on the stage.
Well, next in the queue is somebody we already heard today, has 20 years of experience in business excellence in the oil and gas industry, Mr. Andreas Gams. Well, and last, but definitely not least, somebody who comes from very, very far. It's approximately the opposite side of where we are right now. Mrs. Temesi Tamara from Falco Wood Industry.
So please have a seat. There's a microphone for you. Yeah, since we wanted to start with technology and innovation topic, I would start to discuss this briefly. So yesterday we had the opportunity to visit AM Lab, which is a really amazing institute or organization. And you, Ferenc, you're responsible for data science and you're a data scientist. And I think we've heard during the day a lot about new technologies, digitization, and data, of course, is the core of everything, the basis. So what do you think, which is the most relevant part of data science with respect to SME? What do they have to take into consideration if they want to digitize their company?
I would like to greet everyone. Am I audible?
Just maybe continue, because sometimes it's started later.
Sorry. Some technical issue. So yes, I'm working at AM Lab as a physicist, and I'm currently dealing with data analytical issues, and besides that with 3D printing and 3D technologies. Coming precisely to your question, as I'm working as an engineer technically on technical problems, I see issues from below. So I'm directly in contact with stakeholders and members of SMEs, mainly working at AM Lab, and I see technical and everyday strugglings of them relating mainly data-relevant problems. As I can judge based on my experience, the most relevant thing for companies, SMEs, especially here in Hungary, to which we are working with, is to understand that data is scarce. they have data. Of course, nowadays we are speaking that, oh, we have a lot of data, big data, data everywhere, IoT data, data are falling from the sky. It's not really true. We have really scarce data sources coming to data analytical considerations, and data shall be valued. And it is not easy to look inside to your data, and especially when you think or consider that every company is thinking on their own data, oh, it is really valuable and it must be kept, it must be protected. It contains valuable, it is valuable, and competitors can steal it. On the SME level, companies shall consider to open their data, because data is not that valuable. Information is valuable, and information is hidden for themselves as well. And it shall be considered that without having that information today out of your highly valued data, tomorrow your data will be perhaps obsolete, and you won't have the information, you won't have this market potential that you could utilize. And please do not sit on your data, then do something with it and make a change with it if it's possible.
So maybe a second question, because we've heard in the morning from Tomasz Pawlik from Bavenir that they are creating a platform for data. Do you think this, or have you also experienced with these kind of data platforms where you can share the data and get use of others people's data?
Unfortunately, not yet. I've worked together specifically with companies, and I think on the SME level, of course, where the facts and figures, having been said in the introduction, that there is no resources for analyzing the data, or no interest for it as well. You are not really interested in data from others, I guess so. So it's really hard to say that for a machinery company, data from a wood industry would be relevant or would be interesting at all. They just really cannot do anything with it.
Maybe if I can have a follow-up question to you, Mr. Gams, because you have also the European perspective. So with data across borders and across value chains, do you have any experience that you would like to share here with the group?
Yeah, data is everywhere. But before we move into the topic here, data. Companies who are approaching us for a digitalization support or whatever, let's say we make them very early aware, listen, you have to clean up the analog first, the analog world first. Let's say if you have no processes, if you have no purpose, what you want to put in the digital world. And then there is another aspect, yeah, in terms of, I call it hardware, supportive systems. If companies want to share data right now, there is almost no way that this data not cross the ocean first and then come back to Europe. So, and there is a very strong initiative from the European Union with the Gaia X and EuProGigant project, where between Germany and Austria, use cases for data sharing are implemented, and potentially within the next 1 or 2 years, a first European federator, let's say a neutral, not business interested entity, is managing the data, is managing the cloud systems. So yes, there are very strong initiatives, and we as an entity here, Team Manufacturing, we are right now very focused on predictive maintenance. And yes, when it comes to predictive maintenance, you can collect data from everywhere, from every truck, from every engine, from every household, from every TV. Yeah. Then you need to analyze which data do I really need to reach my target, and who is making the analysis of the data. It should not be ChatGPT only. So develop the system, which data I need, which data are essential, and what fulfills the purpose and brings me benefit back, so that I know only spending this kind of resources which are really required to maintain and service the system. But yes, there are a lot of strong initiatives, a lot of investments going on. Right now, AI is everywhere. So yeah, it is a huge trend right now, especially getting independent from outside Europe providers for data sharing.
Okay, thank you.
I would also like to continue with a follow-up question, especially to Tamara, because we are talking about data and data sharing. How is it handled data in Falco?
It's an interesting question. For example, how do you get this data? This was the question before me. There will be a new legalization about EUDR system about sustainable forestries. And for that system, we wanted to collect data by our drivers. So basically, our developers developed the application for the mobile phone, so we could track the trucks where they are coming from, what type of wood material, etc., etc. But at the end, we had so much GDPR issues about the phone's camera, the photo gallery, and with everything, that at the end we are still stuck with paper with this issue. Even if the EU asked us to do that, in the whole European Union, we couldn't find any system which can do it on a way that it's good for everyone, and the drivers also like to use it. And the other problem was that this application was so big that TikTok doesn't work on their phone. So that was a big issue for our truck drivers, that if they download this system, that TikTok and Facebook is not working. So yeah, we have some issues with this legalization, because we need to provide so much data for the EU. I don't even know what they will do at the end with it, because the imagination for that is that they want to know about every log, where does it came from. So like in GPS coordinate, from which forest this log came from. But at the end, when we're doing the panels, they will have an invoice like 10 pages long because of the GPS coordinates. So we really cannot provide that data which is needed. So we are still struggling with that. We have time until 21st of December this year. So if anyone has any good idea how we can solve it, I would really appreciate it, because for us right now, the EU standards, these are not manageable.
May I have a follow-up question on this, especially as you are working as a procurement specialist in your company? How do you then secure that, for example, your suppliers are also using, let's say, sustainable practices?
We mostly have contracts only with companies who also have FSC or PFC certificate, which tells us that they have met the requirements of being a sustainable company. And in the other hand, we mostly work with recycled wood companies. We go there more than twice a year to every company. We have a requirement of doing 400 visits per year. So basically, I can visit all my suppliers minimum 2 times a year, so I can check what's happening in their company directly without any third-party people who are saying, oh, that's everything is fine here. I go there personally, I check them personally. I have a really good relationship with all of my partners, and also my colleagues with theirs. So basically, we are this face-to-face company still. So we don't like WebEx meeting, and we usually go by car and check what's happening in the yard by ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Another question?
Yeah, okay. I do have a next question. So Maria mentioned that we are developing a lot of pilots now to offer services to SME, to support them. So the pilot factories include to develop a business model for the circular economy, or to look at the ESG strategy, or to fast prototyping and development of circular products, training on digital technologies, or digital twin integration, or digital innovative solutions for production. So I was wondering to Andreas Gams and Ferenc, what is the most relevant topic, or what are the people requesting when they access you? So what is the typical request from a company? Could you Could you point that out, or is it too broad to summarize what are the priorities of the companies?
Yes, certainly. Well, in most of the cases, the question is the following. I have data, please do something with it. So funny but true. So they've been collecting data for years or decades now. And okay, I have heard that out of this, perhaps some patterns could be analyzed or some insight could be gained, and let's make money out of it. Yeah. So that's the typical question. The inverse would be a right way, that I have a goal and how to achieve it, as was mentioned beforehand. So data should be collected in a pathway that I would like to achieve something, and what to do, what to analyze, what to investigate in order to, and with which method. But this needs, again, months, years, some expertise, outer expertise, and it's hard to come to this point. What we have seen in Falco today, and as Tamara mentioned, I guess here in Hungary, something extraordinary in this sense. So they are embedded regionally. They have good contacts with supply chain members. They can go there, they can check, they can speak. Okay, but they have resources. Falco is a relatively big company, but not on the SME level. They need to be, let's say, educated, or they need to be shown that, hey, if you do this or that, or here's a good example from wood industry machinery, in a half a year time, or with other pilot projects, you could join to this community and gain better insight into your data, and you can understand better yourself and how your processes are, and can optimize your, I don't know, energy or waste issues, and make data-driven decisions.
And in your case?
So you have described that field of challenges which we face, and I cannot even remember this, let's say, which shows the complexity, but where I'm in person very happy is all this falls under a very, very good old slogan called change management. You have to change something. I grew up in the analog world. There was a change management. You transform from solution provider to serial provider, whatever, aftermarket, OEM, blah, blah, blah. Nowadays, it's the same umbrella topic with much, much more complex content. Corporates who are approaching us, most of them fail in specifying their target. Yeah, okay. Where do I want to go? What is status quo? And then it's a lot what we do is really expectation management. And let's say, calm down. If you want to do this, it will cost you millions. You will need a new fleet of high-skilled employees. So let's see the entire picture, but breaking up in puzzle pieces. So expectation management is a huge issue. Specifying the topic, where do I want to reach? And really having a common understanding, being very critical against themselves in knowing the status quo, where I am. Because where I am depends on then how high I have to jump, how much energy I need for the jump, how much money I need, how much resources, which partnerships. Yeah, it's really, that's over the last, let's say I'm 20 years, 25 years in the industry, this has not changed. The topics get more complex, get more digital, but change management mechanisms. And never underestimate, maybe that's a second topic, the education pillar in all of this. Upskilling, reskilling of stuff. But the problems are known and very old-fashioned, but also valid in this new digital world, yeah.
Well, I guess we got the right bridge to go towards education. So thank you for that and for helping us out. Thomas, you've been 6 years already working with eye tracking solutions, with facial analysis. You've been analyzing and studying customer behavior and also consumer behavior. So how do you think you and those technologies can be used in order to educate and to advance, let's say, circularity in companies in general?
So maybe my role is different than the other ones because I'm not a technician, but I use technology to get insights into the customers. The most important thing, in my opinion, is to find out what the customer triggers emotionally. And for that, we use emotional analysis and also eye tracking. These are just tools to get to know where participants look at. For instance, what do they search the most about circular economy, about digitization, and also what triggers their emotions. So do you have positive facial expressions when you see this benefit of circular economy or the other one? And this is very important also because we want to be sustainable, but we also want the customer to acknowledge that we do something sustainable and buy our products or services. So this is an important factor for each company. And by using these tools, you can get insights into that.
You're not only a research, you're also a lecturer, and you're also working with students and with youngsters. So what I also would like to know is what change could you see in your years of experience of students being used to technologies? Do you think that could also change basically the company's mentality as well over several years when the youngsters are in our workforce?
That's a good question. I mean, I'm not that old, so I didn't see that much of a progress. What I noticed is that for the technology use, I didn't notice much of a difference. Only that now the artificial intelligence tools are used a lot, and also the students take use of it in a ethically responsible way, of course. And let me think of another thing. I didn't realize much of a change regarding the technology use, I have to admit. But yeah.
Mr. Gams, how about your experiences with changing generations and adopting to new technologies? Did education change that much that it is easier to convince people, or still hard?
You try to build a bridge. Yes, I'm that old. Yeah, let's say I'm close to 45. From these 45 years of being on this planet, I've been 19 years in schools and universities. Yeah, it took me longer. That's fine. I got my first cell phone when I was 21. I still use it for calling people. Now I got also my emails, my WhatsApp, my Instagram, and hopefully I don't step on someone's foot. I have no Instagram account. I'm not using TikTok. I have Facebook, but historically, somehow on LinkedIn. Yes, I'm not that old, but I'm in this old world. And the biggest thing what people like me can do, I cannot program an app. Of course not. I really can use it, but I'm open to get someone on board in my team who knows it, you know. And I think also on this education path, people and most of the entities and corporates in Europe are managed by people who are 50 plus, who maybe have access to this digital world, but of course, every 18, 20-year-old student, I think my 11-year-old son can use his smartphone better than I do, but I'm open to accept this. I'm open to, let's say, to identify trends, to get the know-how, but I will never deep dive into this. Let's say this is, yeah, I have other skills, what maybe the young ones don't have. And this is what we have to mix. Because business mechanisms, business experience, you cannot get trained on. You have to do it for years. So you cannot be a 20-year-old student who has 20 years of business experience. No. There are people who are very well educated in this digital world. AI scanning, whatever there is going on. So be open, be aware. People have to be aware that no one can know everything. And as I mentioned on stage before, but I'm very happy that I always know someone who knows it, you know. Be open to find someone who supports you. be open for this new technical world, but be also critic against it. Identify the use case. Is this really beneficial, or it just makes the system more complex and no benefit is coming out? But I think openness in context with education, that's the most important thing. And yeah, slogans like lifetime learning, of course, because especially in the last 10 years, I think the evolution of technology was never that fast as in the last 10, 15 years. So, but openness, I would say openness is the keyword to being able to survive also the older generation in this new digital world.
Maybe I'm coming back to the timing of new technologies, and we've learned that we have some pressure with the climate change and to transfer and transform ourselves to a circular economy. And so what can we do to accelerate the learning curve? Because we have always individual requirements for companies, of course. So what we did in Smart Circuit, and Agnieszka mentioned that this morning, and it was mentioned several times, we've collected success stories. Now, AM Lab, we had the opportunity to have a study visit, which is also to learn from experience from others. I'd like to know from you, from AM Lab, and you from the EIT, what can you do? Do you organize events or site visits so that SME can learn from the others, so that we can really accelerate this process and not learn everyone starts from scratch?
Yes, at AM Lab we do so. We organize, let's say, training sessions, or within each project we invite relevant stakeholders, mainly from the region, not just from Hungary, then from abroad as well. They can come and visit us and take part in, let's say, study visits, study tours, and have an understanding on the concepts, at least, that okay, what is going on in the background? Okay, some fancy new machines, they are doing their job, but why is it good for you? Why is it good in general? Okay, perhaps not for you, but from your next system, for your next process that would you like to introduce into your company, or not necessarily in a technical perspective, then from a, let's say, from an economic point of view, or okay, besides the technological aspects or software aspects, the data aspect as well. Again, coming back to data, that okay, you have perhaps some similar data, not necessarily in a digital form, but it could be digitalized, and then it could be utilized, and perhaps you can better understand what is going on in your company, because in Hungary especially, it's ongoing trend, or it's abundant everywhere, that companies are growing. I mean, the SMEs, so they tend to be bigger. There is a need to become bigger, or you fail. And after a certain limit, you just, as a family company, family-owned company mainly, you just cannot have an overview over everything from financial, technical, etc. point of view, and perhaps it would be beneficial to have tools in your hand, or outer expertise that can have a objective overview, or can show you some analogies from other fields. So this is, I guess, the main takeaways that companies who come to us can achieve and take with them.
We call it, how we call it, learning expedition. Okay. This is the naming of this kind of service in EIT manufacturing, and it booms. Let's say almost let's say at least once a quarter, because we are just in ramp up. We did it as a few pilot cases, 6 or 7 pilot cases all over Europe. But for example, 2 weeks back, a busload of Slovak technicians, engineers from mechanical engineering involved corporates were brought to the area of Graz and Villach to visit, for example, something completely different. The Research and Development Center of NXP, the semiconductor company. Holy shit, impressive. Nothing to do with their business, but just to get a smell, okay, because of course right now in semiconductor, this is, I would say, the highest level, one of the highest levels of innovation you can do. And they also spend, they have budget to do it. That's another topic, but that's nice. But then also bringing them to University of Graz, bringing them to Balfinger, bringing them to Magna, just to get, because the offering of technologies is so big that no one can make a buying decision by just Googling. So you need to educate yourself in which direction. And these learning expeditions, we do this also for corporates who have their own, let's say, on-job trainings for young people, to bring them to universities, to bring people from construction companies to automotive companies, to link them with the trainees which the automotive guys have. So this education journeys or learning expeditions, this is really booming and people request it. So we cannot, demand is much higher than we can supply right now, because it's always a huge topic for organizing, because that's an all-in trip. Get in the bus, you have food, you have accommodation, you have all the corporate visits. So it's a huge resource demanding topic. But yes, people like it. They love it. Especially the young ones, going out the country, going to Vienna from Slovak or from Hungary or whatever. So, but this, we will foster this and improve this. And there is a lot to offer. But vice versa, Austria to Slovak or whatever, or Hungary to Czechia. So this is booming. And yes, this is filling a gap. Mind-opening, let's say, for people.
Well, we have heard right now a lot of benefits, long-term benefits, especially when investing into new technologies for sustainable and circular practices. And I guess we have on stage an excellent example of a company which goes into that direction and invests a lot of time and efforts into it. How is it dealt with at Falke? When did this whole journey start? What was basically the long target goal you always wanted to reach at your company? Why are you always trying to stay and to be sustainable?
And the journey started when Kronospan Group have bought the company in 2007, because they had an aim to be the most sustainable panel board company in the whole world. They are actually the biggest producers right now in the world, and a lot of our factories are producing mainly from recycled wood. The goal for every factory is to produce from 100% recycled wood. As I mentioned, we are quite close to it right now. So basically that's the goal. The problem is that wood waste is, we only have wood waste if the waste is generated. So when all the other companies are working and they use the pallets, the cranes and everything, and at the end it becomes wood waste, so we can reuse it for our production. But when everything slows down, we cannot achieve our goals, because then we don't have enough material for that. So basically the goal is in the shorter and in the longer run as well to achieve that first particle board, which is made from 100% recycled wood in our company. And we are closer and closer to that in every month, but we need to develop a lot of things for that. We need to develop the production, the separating system, the chippers and everything. We need to invest a lot of money in that so we can achieve our goal. But if you want something, then you need to do something.
If we think of an SME or a company who hasn't thought about digitization or about circular economy in the past, what would you recommend to start with? You mentioned already maybe look at the target, but what would be the first step if you want to say, now I will change my company, I'm heading for a digital circular company?
Yeah, first what I would recommend is please the SME step into a paid membership with EIT Manufacturing. This is of course the first border to be in the new world. Not try to grab the stars. All the projects we have heard today, in basic, there is a big picture behind. Better planet, better economy, blah, blah, blah. But at the end, people should start in love changing something by reaching targets which they can grab. Not holistic targets. Yeah, we stop the climate change. Yeah, of course we do. No, be more sustainable. Do this, let's say, break up the final goal, if you know it, into small project steps. Because it's very important to celebrate step by step. Let's say, really, people should love doing changing. Get people out of their comfort zone. Because by doing 20 years the same, they may abort anyway. And it can be challenging, it can be a new world, it can be diverse, it is something new, and people should love doing it by having milestones in their approach which they can reach easy. And not somewhere at the end I see something new, we now build a house at the Mars or at the Moon. No, let's fly to the Mars first. So really, countable targets. That's also, change management 1.1, 1980. Set targets which you can reach, break the entire project up in small digestible pieces, never overload the system. Let's say not opening 20 construction sites in one company. I change now this. So the whole company gets crazy because at the end they also have to earn the money because the change costs something. So digestible, train the people in managing a change process, having right partners, and be open for collaborations. And then target definition, resource management, roadmap. Yeah, dang.
Project management.
Yeah.
If I may add, how can education and industry also raise awareness and the education of people for targeting the sustainable goals?
In my opinion, if you carry out studies, everybody says sustainability is very important and it's the most important thing in the world. But what you do is something completely different. So I think it's important to still continue with awareness raising and not only on general topics of sustainability, but each sustainability topic needs to be addressed itself. So for instance, we have a lot of energy community projects, and also for this, people are generally interested, but some of them are scared of the technology and of the hurdles maybe that come with it. And for each topic, you need to tell the consumer why is it important, what are the steps, and make it as easy as possible to join this initiative. So that is, in my opinion, the most important thing, to make it as easy as possible and also to teach about each sustainability, circular economy topic individually, and yeah.
About Falco?
We also trying to raise awareness in the children, and our goal is to make it exciting. So we're organizing a lot of field trips for schools, universities, high schools, and when someone comes to Falco, it's I hope you enjoyed the tour, but it's really big and it's interesting, and at the end, they always have a lot of questions, and they started to think about maybe we cannot do it only with wood, but maybe the situation is the same with plastics and papers, we only cannot see it. So at the end, the small children have a lot of really interesting questions that, oh, is it the same like with the paper and the plastic bottles? And we say at the end that yes, it's the same. So you should make the circular economy a thing. And the other thing is that we educate our own people. So we have really good connection with universities, such as we have different colleagues who train these people. For example, we have economists, environmental engineers like me, forestry engineers, we have electricians, we have mechanical engineers. So every year we collect the students from universities to start to work with us, even IT specialists, and to learn the job on the field. And maybe they have a different perspective. They have some good idea also for our production, the new point of view, but at the end they also learn the key steps of a company like Falco. So that you need to think with the bigger picture, even if you have a really good idea and it's a small change, but maybe it affects the company in a different way that you like or don't like. So maybe at a very young age, so like they are around 19, 20 years old, but they can learn how a big company like Falco works, and at the end, it's a really good relationship. So my colleagues, I have minimum 10 or 11 colleagues who started at Falco when they were at the university. And now they are trained professionals on their field, and the company let us choose the field which we love. So if someone wanted to be an expert in production, they are sitting right now at the production because they are interested in it. And I think that's the key, that if you are not interested in something, then you don't care what's happening. And if you are interested, and then you are happy to go to work, you're happy to have new ideas, you're happy to go to a meeting and share your ideas. But if you don't care, then it's a last thing, I think.
The previous panel was a lot of what can politics do to emphasize sustainability. So as we are from the other side, so the bottom-up approach, let's call it like this, what can we do, and that's the question for all of us, to influence political decisions, to influence a little bit regional government or whatever. Maybe we start with AIT and then finish with industry?
What we can do. I was growing up in a village with 500 people and 1,000 cows in the Austrian Styrian Alps. And there still I meet people who say, Andreas, why you are so active in this sustainability and climate changing topic and so on. Let's wait, the government will do it. I said, wait a minute, yeah, the government will create a framework and force us to do something. But in basic, everyone who is praying sustainability should first look into his own household. Corona changed my mind because we were only able to not going out so much. So from Corona on, I go shopping for the family, 5. So we need a lot of food, 2 times a week. And I try to make it happen. If the fridge is empty, it is empty. We eat what we have. Let's say we are not that poor and we can afford food, but we can work every day on ourselves. And especially in the industry, was mentioned, we should break it down to easy digestible topics. We should not be the prayers with hand raised and listen, you are bad steel industry, you are this, you are doing that. They all know what they are doing and what they are doing bad. We should give them best practice examples. And I would love to see in the Austrian government, in the school system in Austria, that already in primary schools, easy to digest sustainability courses are there. That the young generation understands that the old ones maybe made some mistakes, but all the mistakes we made, let's say they have a roof under which they can sleep, they have food, let's say Hungary, Austria, Europe is still an amazing place to live. Maybe because of the cheap gas from Russia we had decades. Yes, times is changing, we have to change the business model and we have to be open to change something. Because if we live sustainability to the end, we have to change a lot, you know. But be open and don't panic. Let's say not, today we have to do everything because tomorrow it's only shadow, the world is only gray and dark. Yeah, it's dark. Be open, be optimistic, and continue to change. That counts for industry, that counts for our private life, for the children, and show them how to do it. Best practice in industry, private life, children, whatever.
It's a hard question, what you said. Honestly, I do not really know whether this initiation or force shall be done at our level and then mitigate it upwards and hope that politicians will do their best and then the world will be a better place. I do not think so. So the system, what we are living in, and it was called like linear economy, is is a huge one. Such huge systems have inertia. And when you apply a force on a system, due to a higher inertia, it takes more time to change a course or something. And this will happen anyhow. So as was mentioned perhaps by Andrea from Slovenia, that there is an upcoming resource problem. And many scientists just say that, guys, in 10 years' time, our world will be completely different. And we are not speaking about climate change or issues that we haven't had any precipitation in the winter for 4 or 5 months here in Hungary, and we do not know what effects will this have for the summertime. The issue is that our economy in 10 years' time will face resource problems, and not with respect of the so-called critical resources like, I don't know, neodymium or gallium or whatever, than, for instance, copper. So will we have enough wires in the walls or etc. or solar panels? We have a lot of solar panels everywhere, but nobody's speaking about the wires, the electronics, the main basic materials, the concrete or the iron. Will we have enough really for such investments? And as these problems will get bigger and bigger, and economic prices of such raw materials will be higher and higher, economy itself will force the governments, I guess, to take more emphasis in direction of circularity, and not just in direction of circularity and sustainability, then in direction of consumption minimization and resource optimization and data-driven decision making.
I agree that everybody should start in their own household to be more sustainable. And one other thing that I think is very important, in the Interreg projects, we always have work packages with policymakers and we make recommendations for them. So I think we should keep that in the future, and also for other projects to still try to convince policymakers to make a change and to give recommendations what they should do. And yeah.
We were in a lucky situation actually, because the city was very supportive with us in the beginning. For example, Szombathely was the first city who collected the municipal waste separately. So they separated wood for us just because we asked it, just because we showed them that what we can do with it. So the city was completely supportive from the beginning. And then 2 years ago, when Mohu won this new concession thing in Hungary, that all the packaging waste goes to them, oh my God, in the 2 or 3 first months, it was a disaster, because no one had know what's happening. No one really understood that, how's that possible that I have a pallet, but as soon as it becomes waste, it's Mohu's pallet, not ours. But they were also really supportive. They understood that in this field, we are the experts. So came to Falco, to here to Szombathely with their own cars to ask us how we managed to do this in the past, I don't know, 5 years, what we can bring to the table, what we can give to them, how we could help them out. And this good relationship is still with us. So every, I don't know, 1 or 2 months, we have different training sessions. Sometimes they train us, sometimes we train them if they have some questions. So for us, it was a really lucky journey, because also the city, and also since 2023, the government was also very supportive. So yeah, somehow finally everyone understood that that's the goal, to be sustainable, that we need to ask each other what the experts think, or how we could improve that. So yeah, we were in a lucky situation.
Yeah, I think we can come to an end of this panel. You mentioned something which I find very important, and that was mentioned in this panel that Simona moderated, also cooperation. She was talking about the international, interregional cooperation, but you can start directly in your local environment. So cooperation is something which is really crucial, I think, and we've learned that, and we've learned from each other. So I think we we say thank you to the panelists. Maybe Ossi, you want to add something. So I appreciated your information and hope you have some new insights as well.
I guess, Christine, you said everything which is needed to say at the end. Besides, thank you very much for participating at this panel. It was a lovely and very interesting discussion, going from our own behavior to politicians, and I guess we know where we need to start, and we don't know where we will end, but we know the way we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At the end, if it is not good, it is not the end.
Okay. Okay. Thank you to all of you to join us, and thanks for the quick change in the panels because of the absence of other partners. Now I just would like to thank all of you to be patient and be with us and stay with us. And I hope that you can have some inspiration for your further work, and you had the chance to network with others. So thanks to all of you, and then enjoy your day.